Good morning and a very warm welcome to day 2 between Lancashire and Middlesex, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Across the BBC Sport website and app and on Lancs TV as well. Our two umpires are heading out to the middle, with Middlesex set to resume on 38 for 2 in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's score of 201 all out. And it's a lovely sunny day. And we've got some news, actually, which we should start with. News of a highly controversial injury replacement.
Oh, I thought it was about your overnight oats again.
No, I didn't bother with them.
Ah, okay.
No. Tell us all about it, Kevin.
It's top trolling from Middlesex. They've brought in a loanee overnight to replace their injured cricket keeper, wicket keeper, from Yorkshire.
Outrageous. I'm just making these rules up as we go along.
Yeah. Do you need the press release? I've got it here somewhere.
So you can't use an injury replacement that's in your squad, a like for like.
Well, there's no like for like keeper in the squad, and Jack. So, let me read the statement. Let me read the statement.
You must have some wicket keeper somewhere in your club.
Let me read the statement. He said, it says Joe Cracknell has been removed from the remainder of the weekend's game at Lancashire due to a finger injury sustained on the opening day, currently assessed by the staff, with Jack Davies, who was the number one keeper, currently unavailable due to personal reasons. Harry Duke will come into as an injury replacement, joining the club on loan this morning for the next 2 weeks. Middlesex thanking Gavin Hamilton and Yorkshire for their efforts in getting the agreement sorted at such short notice.
Outrageous.
I think it's a fine piece of work and top trolling as well.
Absolutely shocking. Just making these rules up as we go along. Go on, Kevin, it's all yours.
Here's Stanley down below us. No, it's not. It's Bailey, isn't it?
It is.
There we go. Stanley's still on from last night. He only had the one over, didn't he, for 2 runs. But Bailey it is, with 3 slips, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 6-3 the field and 38 for 2 the scorers. In comes Bailey, bowls down the leg side. Geddes flicking at that one, but through it goes to the gloves of Lancashire's keeper, who remains in the game and is Lancashire's keeper. Geddes is 11 from 12, Plooy 12 from 12.
He did well, didn't he then, Joe Cracknell, to come back out and carry on keeping for 2 sessions?
I doubted your wonderful source that had told you at lunch.
Well, exactly, and it's another shambles of the first day of that. The lack of faith and trust in your colleagues.
Bailey's past the umpire, he bowls, and length ball, which Geddes gets in behind, defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. None for 14 into his 4th over now, Bailey. They bowled beautifully last night, didn't they, Bailey and Anderson?
They did. It was a bowler's day, wasn't it, yesterday? I think there's some pretty impressive bowling all round on the opening day. I should be hoping that conditions are similar for day 2 as it was for day 1.
Yeah, a few bits of blue. We didn't see much of that yesterday.
No, true.
As Bailey's in, bowls, and forward goes Geddes. He bowled what was possibly the ball of the match to Geddes first up yesterday, didn't he, Bailey? An absolute jaffer that was probably hitting leg, let alone middle, and beat him just outside off. It was an extraordinary ball, but still that greenish tinge on the surface that was visible all day yesterday, and no real chance for it to burn through. There wasn't a great deal of sunshine, but there is this morning, although it may not be here for long, and there are showers this evening, we hear, as Bailey bowls inside edge from Geddes on the front foot, halfway forward to that really, and down to long leg, a single. And the first run of the second day, 39 for 2 in the 10th. Oh, what was that? Big inhalation. I thought this was another...
No, I didn't realise.
It was just breakfast.
Not really had breakfast.
Do you need a little lie down? Have you not? Was it a late night last night?
No. Home in good time. Home in good time, well behaved.
What's Jake smiling about next door?
I have no idea.
Bailey's around the wicket to Plooy, who is the big wicket. It was yourself and Phoebe, who's alongside us again today. Phoebe Graham, a couple of seats along. Are you off already? Honestly, he's off. It's not the breakfast. He has got to do an update for the BBC elsewhere. As here's Bailey around the wicket to deploy. 3 slips in place as he bowls. Oh, goodness me, cuts him in 2. There's an appeal from the slips, but nothing from the keeper or the bowler. Well, that's the first one of the day to really put some doubt deep into the minds of the Middlesex batters, who go a long way down in this game. It'll be interesting to see where the young loanee slips into what is a fair old lineup. Sharma's officially the number 11, but what order they come in before him will be interesting to see. But yes, that ball from Bailey is the first of the morning, just to remind Middlesex of what a testing surface this should be. That one seems away, wide outside the off stump from Bailey to Plooy, and there's no run. End of the first over of the second day. 10 bowled in this Middlesex innings, replying to the 201 of Lancashire. It's 39 for 2. But yeah, I was saying with Phoebe and Scott that Plooy is the key wicket, and the match-up between Plooy and Anderson yesterday evening was quite the battle. Plooy using his feet, as he does. It wasn't particularly to Anderson or a reflection of the green grass of Old Trafford for this game. It was, or it is, Plooy's way to use his feet. I don't think Anderson was best impressed with it, and quite rightly sent down a few words as well as a few deliveries to Plooy to try and get at Middlesex's main man, the skipper. Averages 50 in first-class cricket, so he's got a very, very big job to do, because I fancy this 201 is not a bad score at all for Lancashire. Clearly they'd have liked a little more, but not a bad score at all. Here's Anderson, first ball of the day, 2 for 22 so far, and he may have a wicket with the first ball, and he does. It's lobbed back to him by Geddes. Turned around slightly, leading edge, looped back to the bowler, and a dolly of a caught and bowled. The simplest you can imagine. It was just a matter of whether it was going to die too quickly on him, but he barely had to move in his follow through. He just eased into it, plucked the ball from thin air, and simple as you like, Anderson has 3 for 22 and a wicket with his first ball of the day. 39 for 3 Middlesex, and Geddes sent up to open in this game. 12 from 26 he managed, and well, it was tough. It is tough going for all of them out there. Geddes had actually survived some stupendous deliveries, particularly that first ball from Bailey. So here you could see he feels rough now walking off, and he felt rough at the time. His shoulders sank, head dipped down, and he couldn't believe that he'd given it away with a soft one like that. But bat face closing in the hand, and a dolly back to the bowler. One of the most simple caught and bowled that you'll see, and for Anderson probably the simplest he'll have taken. Well, here's the answer to another question on the Middlesex lineup today. Caleb Faulner is making his way out at number 5, so Higgins will remain at 6 where he usually is. Faulner coming into this game for Josh de Carey's, so Geddes going up from 5 to open, but now Faulner will take the number 5 spot, so it'll be Higgins at 6. Where they come and where they go thereafter, we'll have to wait and see. But a big moment this, first class debut for Faulner. He's been in the runs for the seconds for Middlesex, but if you were to look at the records as they stand, the last main match that he played was the World Cup final for England when he scored a century. Scott, welcome back. It's all go out in the middle already.
It's quite a busy start, isn't it? Some debut this, isn't it, for Faulner as well, isn't it? Facing Jimmy Anderson first up this morning.
Yeah.
Kind of welcome to the party.
3 slips in a gully. Backward point, quite deep. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Here's Faulkner's first ball in first-class cricket, and he's brought forward, wrapped by Anderson. The ball deflects away towards point. He scratches at the surface, the young man. But what a moment for him, too, at either end of their career with... well, it's England under 19, it's not England full, but still, nonetheless, a century in a World Cup final. And now first-class debut up against arguably England's greatest, Jimmy Anderson. He takes guard just outside the crease. Faulner, he's a tall, slender young man still at the moment, but you can see that he'll be the kind to fill out, as here comes Anderson to bowl to him, and again he's turned around slightly. A thick edge runs all along the floor, fine of the gully and down to the vacant deep third. He's off the mark in first class cricket. Faulner with a boundary, but not quite where he intended, and a testing opening 2 deliveries for him to face.
Yes, yes, it is, isn't it? But maybe breathing a little bit easier now. He's off the mark, at least.
Here comes Anderson to
bowl to him again. Imagined it would be.
Turned around slightly. I mean, he's edged that off somewhere around off stump, hasn't he? He's got squared up slightly on it, but I missed the first ball that he faced, which wrapped in. They were all about to go up, so whether it was inside edge onto pad or his back was to us, and then the ball deflected away to mid-off, but I didn't see the replay on that one. Change of field. They're going to go for a 7-2 field now, so after that edge, they are bringing in a 4th slip. So it's in fact 5. It'll be a straight 5. It was 3 in a gully. It's 5 crouching down now. Backward point walking in, and Anderson bowls onto the hip of Faulner. I think it is just going to be leg byes. I think it's just off the guard, and the keeper gives chase. They will run 2 leg byes, confirmed by the umpire. And ripple of applause down below. 43 for 3. Good number in. Not quite as many as yesterday just yet. Maybe still coming across the day, but what a start. And we do expect that this game will, as it did yesterday, continue to move at a pace. It's one you don't really feel you can take your eye off for a moment. Anderson turning again. Pavilion at his back as he bowls. Just full of a length. That's a beaut. Outside the off stump. Faulner drawn into it and beaten.
Yeah, I spoke to Will Porterfield last night, who's the assistant coach here at Lancashire, and he thought that 200 might not be the worst first innings score. And the evidence of just how tricky it was last night.
I still go back to the morning session yesterday. I think that third wicket for Middlesex was massive, because I think if it was 2 down at lunch, like I say, 201 feels about right to me for that innings. Here's Anderson bowls. 2 Faulner, he edges it short of slip. He wasn't particularly forward to that one. The feet didn't really move. The pressure is on, and it couldn't really be greater for your first-class debut, could it, for Faulner? Jimmy Anderson on a pitch that's been assisting the bowlers throughout. He was deep within his crease there when he should really have been forward, I'd suggest, as we look at the replay from side on. 45 for 3 it is after 11.
Yes, and I'm sure he's got plenty of family and friends who are tuned in watching this this debut. Wish him all the best. It's some examination, isn't it, facing Jimmy on a pitch that's been doing plenty. Didn't go out that too hard, did he, Faulner? The edge softly into the ground in the end. There was a slightly nervous look over his shoulder, which is understandable, but bounced well short of first slip. And it's been a busy 10 minutes, hasn't it, to start day 2. There's Bailey in from the Brian Statham end. Just Plooy defending.
Good that he's got the skipper at the other end, Plooy. As I said, I think this lineup for Middlesex is pretty strong. Higgins thereafter, that's not bad, having to Plooy at 4 and Higgins at 6 for Faulner. Even if he were to lose the skipper now, he's got another batter coming in after him who, especially in this kind of circumstance, this kind of situation, Higgins is the kind of guy almost made for a real tussle on a tough one.
45 for 3. Bailey around the wicket to deploy off the back foot. Punches towards mid-off where Bohannon fields and there's no run. Well, he came out with great intent, didn't he, last night, Leas deploy.
He does,
He was really positive, and I thought that little battle that we saw between him and Anderson last night, right at the end of the day, was brilliant fun. He was taking it right back to Jimmy, wasn't he, deploy? Looking to try and take the attack back to Anderson. It's a shame that bad light it curtailed it, because it was just bubbling up quite nicely, that. Bailey to deploy again. He's chipped it into the onside. It's bouncing in front of Anderson at mid-on.
You do often see a silly mid-on, or a short mid-on at least, put in place for deploy because of exactly that. He comes out of the crease, as we've just seen there, pushing one in the air for a moment into the onside. Probably would have been wide of a short mid-on actually, wouldn't it? But Anderson appears to take a step closer, quite a few steps closer actually now at mid-on.
45 for 3. Bailey in again to deploy. Oh, he's come down the pitch and he's banged in short by Bailey. Pushing deploy back in his crease. You stay where you are.
This is going to be a good battle. Bailey and Anderson versus deploy. Young Faulner, it'll certainly not be a debut to forget, this one for him, one way or another.
Great response from Bailey. Down the pitch, up. Get one in short. 45 for 3.
But he does, from the word go, deploy. He likes to get down the track and really feel the ball on the middle of that bat early on. He's a very positive player, and it's the way he'll go about it here for sure.
Bailey in again to deploy, and that's carved away for 4 through the offside. Short and wide from Bailey, and Leas deploy jump right into it, cut away for 4 to that shorter boundary in front of the hotel. He moves to 16. 49 for 3.
I feel a little bit better, but I think that could well be the story of Deploy's innings for as long as it lasts. It'll be ferocious and fine deliveries from the Lancashire bowlers with the odd explosive response from Deploy.
3 slips waiting as Bailey's in. That's left by Deploy. Comes back as Hurst takes it, just leaning away to his right hand side. Bailey sent it from around the wicket to the left-hander Deploy, but a good leave. End of the over. 4 coming off it. So 49 for 3.
You see the replay from behind. That's come back a long way, hasn't it? Over the top of middle. It was over the top of off. It was a good leave by Deploy, because it was a good ball to begin with, but it was even better once it moved off the seam. Anderson 49 for 3 it is, as he'll shine the ball before turning to bowl to young Faulner. 5 deliveries he's had for his 4 runs. 5 slips he still has behind him on the 7-2 field. As Anderson is in, bowls and straight back onto that off stump. A solid defence. He gets well forward to this one, Faulkner, doesn't he? I said he starts outside of his crease, but his trigger movement is to step back into the crease, which was where I think on that, was it the last of the, it was the edge was the last delivery he had, wasn't it? That was the one where it felt as though he could have been forward, but the trigger movement had taken him back, and that was where he stayed. Whereas on this occasion, he did manage to get a good stride into this one. 49 for 3 it is. Anderson's midway through his run-up. Bowls now, and a lovely ball again on the off stump. That's played well by Faulkner. Much like the previous edge, as you say, soft hands, angle bat, head over it, giving himself every chance.
Yeah, it's a wonderful kind of scene, isn't it? From a young man on debut up against one of the greats in Anderson. What a test for him. What a start to his career. Almost regardless of what happens here, this will be a little passage of play he won't forget in a hurry.
Anderson again, twice finding the edge, but both times along the floor. Back goes Faulkner to begin once more, then he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. And through it goes.
I always think in these moments when you see players like this, especially on debut young players, about their friends and family who are tuned in, watching and listening, and goodness, they must be on their edge of the seat.
Well, Middlesex have been desperately trying to get him into this side this season since, well, last year as well. The reputation was growing, and then the century in the World Cup final obviously cements that. So Anderson passes the umpire, he bowls, just full of length, and there you go, good from Faulkner. A long way forward to that one defending. It just felt on that previous one, like I say, it felt he got stuck in his trigger movement, which was back. Trapped in the crease he was, but now still with the same trigger, but getting those feet moving and defending well. But the call up for the 100 as well, having not made
right
his first class debut. Still.
So who's he playing for in the 100? One of the teams. One of them.
5 slips.
Well, some have changed their names, haven't they? So it is difficult to...
exactly, yeah. It was one of the ones that changed their names, that's why I can't remember it.
He could be here. He could be a super giant.
Have a look now. There's a pause as a bit of leather... Oh, no, I thought it was scissors that the umpire has, but it's the little handcuffs, isn't it, that you have to put the ball through. And through it goes. Through one it goes fine, and the other one it doesn't go through, so get on with it. I mean, it's been doing enough in the 12.4 overs they've had so far, but off he goes again, Anderson. Bowls, and that one is edged once again into the ground, though, this time on the back foot by Faulkner. A little bit more of a guide on this occasion, but controlled as you can be on an edge. It's a third slip it was, with a significant bounce. A long way short of the fielder. And if you were turning up now and sitting down, didn't know what had happened to this point in the game, and nothing extreme has happened for the 13 wickets so far, but it is a bowler's match. But if you looked at it, you think, oh, it's a great day to bat. It's a great day for some cricket. Anderson, last ball of his over, bowls outside the off stump, and this is driven into the offside. He didn't go fully through with it, actually. He checked it in the end. I thought at first that he'd really sweetly timed that out of the middle, but it's fielded at backward point, coming around to point, and just a single taken, which moves Middlesex to 49 for 3. And it means Faulkner will keep the strike on 4 from 11. Plooy is 16 from 20.
Yes, it is a lovely sunny day. It does feel, you say, like a batting day, but really look up at the minute. It's all about what the pitch is doing, and it's been pretty lively through the course of this game, but warm enough for some supporters to peel off a jumper or a jacket and enjoy a little bit of sunshine. Got Bailey to Faulkner now for the first time. He's got 4 slip catches. There's also a deep backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and gully. Comes Bailey over the wicket and bowls. Plays a forward defensive, pushing it back to Tom Bailey. And there's no addition to the score. 50 on the board for Middlesex. In reply to that 201 Lancashire made yesterday, we had 12 wickets falling on the first day. It was a pretty lively opening day to this fixture, and hopefully not too much bad weather around, because it feels like we're going to potentially be in for a cracking game. Bailey again, and he's defended by Faulkner, just drops it into the offside, and there's No addition to the score. Let's deploy at the non-striker's end, coming just wandering down to have a brief chat with his young teammate. Yeah. Cloud cover above us, but pretty high and unthreatening. And the outfield bathed in sunshine at the moment. Bailey turns and sets off again. He's over the wicket. It's just down the leg side and taken by Matthew Hurst, who skips a pace or two to his left. And there's no addition to the score. Quite a few people on their hotel balconies this morning. Oh, someone's waving at us. Hello. We're supposed to have the commentary on. Got a cracking view from the balconies, enjoying the cricket and a bit of sunshine. 4 steps waiting. Bailey balls again. The appeal is for LBW. He likes it, does Bailey. Shake of the head from the umpire.
It's got to have been close, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, they were all up. Bailey went up. Keeper and slips in support. Not out. The reaction from the umpire.
I mean, was there an inside edge?
It's got to have been.
It doesn't look as though there had been an inside edge on that, though.
Bailey balls. He plays forward. Faulner, it's a no ball actually. Comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects down towards fine leg for a single. 53 for 3.
Yeah, it must have been hitting middle and leg, that. Umpire's given him benefit. It nipped back. The umpire must have felt it was slipping down then as a result, but on the couple of looks we've had, you'd thought at very least it was clipping leg, but
it's certainly a good shout, wasn't it? Deploy facing Bailey again. 53 for 3. Bailey around the wicket. Coming forward again is Deploy. In the end, forces to defend. Just drops it into the offside, and a couple of Lancashire players come forward. Keeper comes up, Matthew Hurst, and Marcus Harris comes forward from cover as well. 1 wicket so far for Lancashire this morning. On the prowl for more. Deploy's approach be to try and counter-attack. That's been the case so far. Bailey in to Deploy. They'll step forward and turn into the onside, just behind square. He's through for a single. That's the end of the over. 54 for 3, with Deploy on 17 and Falconer on 6.
It's not going to be massively different to last night in terms of the surface, and we've seen the ball seaming a little bit of swing already. Not quite as much swing just yet, but I think everything was there. All the factors were there last night for the bowlers. The lights, the floodlights were on. The light wasn't great, obviously, and that was why we went off in the end, although there was a spit of rain around as well. But everything was set for the bowlers last night. It does feel like a very different day today, and whether Middlesex will be able to turn that to their advantage, much like Keaton Jennings, it's about getting in, isn't it? Can you get in? Can you stay there? Can you hang around? It's a hang around morning for sure. Whether that will be the full story of the day, we'll see. Anderson has 3 slips and a leg gully, fine legs or a leg slip in place as he bowls right arm over to the left-handed Deploy, driving to mid-off. The ball bounces away off the mid-off field, and for a moment Deploy was thinking about a single, but he was on the walk there again to Anderson, wasn't he? Which will bring another word or two, you'd have thought.
Yeah, well, there's a bit last night, wasn't there, when he was had the cheek to advance towards Anderson.
Yeah. Well, he's a player that wants to play international cricket. Deploy. He makes no secret of that. He is South African born, a Hungarian passport. He's England qualified now. Anderson moves in, bowls to him, and he's down the track once more and beaten. Just good line and length, angling across, and through it goes. Fine bowling as ever from Anderson. He's about a yard or so outside of his crease, isn't he, once the ball reaches him.
Got a leg slip in place, haven't they, for Deploy as well?
Yeah, I was struggling between leg slip or leg gully there. He's a wide leg slip, isn't he?
Yeah, Marcus Harris in that position.
Crouching down now. 3 slips the other side, and Plooy waits this time in the back foot, and he gets an edge on it, angled down to the deep third. Those are the oohs and the ahs that you'd have heard on the mic. He'll get a boundary. Move Middlesex to 58 for 3, Plooy to 21 from 25, but angled back, but squared up nonetheless on that one. Deep within the crease, wasn't he, to play that? But I think that, again, that's his way. I say he'll come down the track, but I think he does like to play with the bowlers himself in that way, as to where he will be positioned for each and every delivery. Scratches away at his surface now, once more, and we'll keep an eye on where his trigger movement goes. This, it's rare, isn't it, that a trigger movement might change delivery to delivery, as it seems to for Plooy as he waits now. Now he's down again with a shuffle, only a slight one, and then he fends it down to long leg, turning off the body. A single more. Faulner back onto strike with 2 to go of the over.
Yeah, I tend to say in these situations that they'll potentially get through this tricky little period here, and it should get a little easier as the day goes on, but the evidence of what we've seen so far, that's probably not going to be the case. It's a scrap for your runs in this game. Keaton Jennings was a prime example of that yesterday.
Anderson to Faulkner. That's a lovely drive straight to the mid-off. A wide mid-off it is as well. A cry of anguish from somewhere there. He won't get 4 for it. It was a push rather than a full-blooded drive, but he will get 3. As mid-off had to pick himself up and retreat to collect down by the hotel. So 1 to come of the over and Plooy back onto strike. 62 for 3. That's a couple that he's got away now, for Anderson, but he hasn't gone fully through with the shot or sweetly timed it. He's got the single at the end of the last over, and let's push for 3 now. A couple of the coaches, Ian Salisbury down there on the walk around to the boundary. It might be actually Sam Robson with him, so a couple of coaches. Yeah, it looks like Robson with Salisbury as his. Anderson bowls, and Plooy's deep within his creases. He pushes back to the bowler, who picks it up and stares down Plooy before tossing the ball away in disgust that Plooy should actually have played that ball. And then gets his sweater from the umpire, walks back past, very close to Plooy as he walks back past. It looks as though it really is going to be a good encounter, that one. 62 for 3 after 15 overs.
Yep, nice little view that from side on, and the member seats in front of the second hotel. Doesn't sound that exciting, does it? Second hotel. The newer of the two.
Well, that was
hotels.
when that one was last pushed down to the hotel, as I called it. I was thinking, well, hold on a minute, which hotel?
Which hotel? Yeah, red hotel and grey hotel.
It does rather feel like, when are they going to paint the grey hotel? Because everything else is red around the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's staying that way. 4 slips in place. There's Bailey, sets off and balls. That's cut down towards third man by Faulner. Yeah, come back for 2. I don't think it's got quite enough to reach the rope. It hasn't, and then they kind of flirt with the idea of a third and decide rightly against it.
Nice little restaurant bar in there in that hotel. Have you been in there?
In there last night? Yes, Kevin. Yeah, nice. Even nicer when you put your hand in your pocket.
I'll leave that there. It was a good night.
64 for 3. 4 slips to 3 slips now. They've got a backward point and a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Barely balls its left. And through to Hurst.
Actually, you were the one that was getting chipped at. Somebody said they were going to frame it, didn't they, when you bought them a pint?
I know, I mean, I was completely on goal for that, wasn't it?
That was what Lancastrian as well saying that to you.
Yes, I know. It's supposed to stick together.
What have we got buzzing overhead at the moment? That sounds like some sort of old military craft, doesn't it? The way it's a bit of a rip to its engine.
Bailey into Faulner. Wants the LB again, does Bailey, and gets it this time. Faulner goes for 11. Survived a big LBW appeal in Bailey's previous over. Doesn't survive that one. It's 4 down now, 64 for 4. Bailey gets his first wicket of the day.
Well, if 1+1 made 2 in cricket appeals, then yeah, it was that the first one was a very, very good shout. We have a look at the replay of this now, and Faulner, yeah, if there's no bat involved, that's hitting the bat. I mean, if you're really to zoom in on it till it just hit him outside the line. It hits him on the back, the back leg. But
watch Tom Bailey's reaction here. We'll see it from behind. He said it just nip back in, doesn't it?
That's in line, yeah.
And then, I don't know if we can see this through. Bailey doesn't think he's going to give it. What? Tom Bailey? Oh, no, he's not giving it. Oh, yeah, he has.
It was almost complete resignation after he didn't get the previous one, which we fancied was out. But this one, yeah, wrapping that back leg, which was bent. It probably hit him just up above the pad, didn't it? But the back leg, bent as it was, meant that it was going on to hit.
He knew it as well, didn't he, I think? Look, that's a pretty tough way to make your debut, isn't it? And
he's not going to forget it. Anderson
Absolutely.
and Bailey, that was your first-class debut.
On a pitch doing plenty.
Well, we usually do this, I'm sure you've done it as well, you do this thing, don't you, where how far back can you get in cricket history by players that played in the same team as each other? So, with Middlesex jumping back, Owie Shah, Mike Gatting, you jump back Titmus, and then you jump all the way back to Compton. But, if in terms of players that you faced, go back to the start of Anderson's career, and here's Faulkner's first-class debut, and you'd fancy that lad's going to go on and have a good career, a very, very good career. So, yeah, it's a debut you won't forget. You faced Jimmy Anderson once, didn't you? We can see it in the future, can't you? Yeah, first-class debut.
Here comes Bailey to Higgins. Oh, and that nips back in as well. Ball deflects down towards the slips. Shot delivery to get first up. Higgins, he's batting out of his crease and then taking a couple of steps further forward as well. As indeed Plooy has done. As indeed quite a few of the Lancashire batters did as well. 64 for 4. Bailey turns and he's in once more here for Lancashire. Over the wicket to Higgins. It's full left. A nice carry through to Hurst. It's been a real feature of this pitch, actually, hasn't it? The bounce and the carry that we've seen through the course of the first day and a bit.
Yeah, I've just tried to, no disrespect to the change bowlers, but clearly Bailey and Anderson get past them and see how you fare thereafter. But it's a tough one because they've got two bites at this new ball in the way that actually, in that sense, they've got two opening spells, haven't they? These two, they had them yesterday evening, now first thing this morning.
Bailey to Higgins. Wants the LBW again. He's come a decent way down as Higgins
a fair
there.
way outside the line there, isn't it?
Kind of the appeal started and quickly dissolved away. We mentioned just how far he's batting out of his crease and then advancing further forward. So I think with all that in mind, look how far Higgins out of his crease, and then one step down the pitch he comes. He's a one way forward and quite possibly across as well. Good over from Bailey though. Wicket taken over. 64 for 4. Jimmy's going to have another go here. Plooy and Higgins batting, and as Kevin mentioned, Anderson and Bailey first up, and then it'll be Stanley, you would think, and then probably Balderson. One element of the Middlesex attack yesterday is that as soon as Roland Jones and Higgins finished, the two youngsters were terrific in supporting those. Here's Anderson, starts a fresh over, balls to Plooy, ball loops, got an inside edge onto his pad and then just beyond the reach of that fourth slip fielder. Plooy takes a single, moves to 23, 65 for 4. As we welcome Phoebe Graham into the commentary box for the first time this morning. Good morning, Phoebe.
Good morning, and what a lively first half an hour. It's been all sorts going on out there, and once again difficult for batters at Emirates Old Trafford, but made even harder with James Anderson and Tom Bailey and them just nagging at that horrible length all morning.
It's Anderson to Higgins down the leg side. Hurst goes leaping away to his left to get his gloves onto that.
The battle continues with Anderson and Plooy.
That's been good to watch, hasn't it?
I'd have loved to see a stump mic out there picking up some of the words back and forth as well.
Yeah, potentially not fit for broadcast. But I'm sure quite amusing. Chris Green's going into leg slip position. 4 slip catches as well. Deploy on the walk again to Anderson. He's worked it away through the onside. It will be picked up out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Quite a lot of work for Mitchell Stanley to do. It's a fair throw in from that boundary on the leg side. 67 for 4. They've come back for a couple. Higgins moves on to 2. Yes, four slip catches. And there's a backward point, a leg slip. There's a deep backward square leg, mid on. Quite short, wide mid off. Anderson to Higgins. He's fiddled it away off his hip. Again, just coming back into him, that delivery. Clips it down to fine leg, gets through for 1. Score moves on to 68 for 4.
Yeah, they're running hard as well between the wickets. Every run will count out here with how difficult it looks to grit out runs. And it's slowing down in the outfield as well, so when they played decent shots, it's coming back for 2s and 3s rather than racing away to the boundary.
Back with Deploy on strike. Anderson will ball over the wicket to the left-hander. He's down the pitch, and again that ball comes off his thigh guard and it loops down towards the 4th slip or 3rd slip fielder. I'm not sure if there's inside edge on that or not, but he had plenty of the Lancashire players yelping and appealing and claiming for all sorts.
Well, he did this last night in the evening session as well, using his feet to advance down the track just to try and counter the movement that Anderson's getting with the ball at the moment.
68 for 4, final ball of the over. Again, Deploy doing his best to get through Anderson's over, which he has done. He's again a half a step down the pitch and able just to drop it out towards the leg side. Anderson's follow through takes him right up alongside Lewis Deploy. It's the end of the over. 68 for 4. What's Jimmy bowled this morning? He's gone through the first half an hour. That's his 4th. So Bailey and Anderson both bowled 4 overs each this morning. And a couple of wickets have fallen. One for Jimmy off his own bowling, caught and bowled, and then Bailey trapping Faulner LBW for 11.
Bailey advances in to the crease, and there's a big waft there off the back foot from Higgins, who comes in with some reasonable nick. Scored 100 against Durham in the previous game for Middlesex. Key part of this Middlesex team, big cog in the wheel. Opening bowler comes in at 6. But got a tough job on his hands today with Bailey coming into the crease and bowls and left alone by Higgins.
Yeah, pretty solid season again, wasn't it, for Middlesex last year, with bat and with ball for Higgins. Certainly with ball, 42 wickets. His return last year, an average of 25. And then closing in on 500 runs alongside that with the bat as well. So a solid season for Ryan Higgins. These are the 2 kind of key wickets, I guess, that Lancashire look in the middle order here for Middlesex. These 2 really experienced players.
It's also a much nicer day today as well, so the sun's peeping out. See the wicket potentially drying up a little bit and maybe getting easier and flatter to bat on. Hurst has just had his helmet run on, so I think he's going to stand up to Bailey here, which isn't a bad idea. Both batters using the feet a lot to negate the movement of the ball, so it just keeps them trapped in the crease here as Bailey passes the umpire and pulled off the back foot. That will race away to the boundary ropes for 4. Bailey shorter with his length there, and Higgins takes full advantage of the ball popping up and works that into the leg side for 4.
Good shot, isn't it? Yeah. Muscled out towards that leg side boundary. They've changed the field as well now. They've pushed Mitchell Stanley He's probably the tallest person out there for Lancashire on the deep square leg boundary, so they've got a fine leg and a deep square leg.
Bailey's in. Higgins strides forward and defends it.
Yeah, if the viewers on Lancashire TV, you can just see Mitchell standing at the bottom of the screen there. It's deep backward square leg.
Yeah, it's not as conventional field. There's 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. And then a deep fine and deep square to Higgins, who's in. 7 off 10 as Bailey comes into the crease, and it's worked into the leg side for a single. Just drops his bat on that and guides that into square, does Higgins. Hurst with his hands in the air at the moment. Does he stay up to deploy? I think he's going to, and they're going to look to have a similar field to deploy, the left-hander. Apart from Stanley, will not be out in the deep. So there's deep fine, the mid-wicket, tight mid-on, 2 slips. And then that beats the outside edge of deploy. It's a good ball to finish from Bailey. Middlesex 73 for 4.
Great option, isn't it? If your keeper can come and stand up like that, like Matthew Hurst is doing there to Tom Bailey, it's a different challenge altogether, isn't it, for Lewis Deploy and for Higgins, but especially Deploy. He's the one that's been really keen, hasn't he, to try and get forward.
We saw it when in the first innings both Jennings and Jones were using their feet a lot to Higgins, and keeper Cracknell came up to the stumps, and it really did stem the flow of their batting and the rhythm, because they weren't able to use their feet as much, weren't able to advance down the crease as much. So it is a weapon, but you've just got to make sure as a keeper you can take the one that hits the outside edge.
Here's Anderson to Higgins. Back across and in line to defend it.
Anderson keeping the attacking field, 4 slips. That sort of fly gully, leg slip in place for Higgins, so still very attacking for Anderson.
Yeah, Jones at first slip, Keaton Jennings at second, Tom Hartley's at third slip, Marcus Harris. There's the 4th slip catcher, and the kind of fly gully is Chris Green. It's a thickish edge from Higgins down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. Higgins moves on to 12. 77 for 4.
Just with soft hands able to work that through somehow. That Gordon, and Tom Webster, S&C coach, does the work on the boundary ropes.
Yeah, he's on his at least his 3rd, if not his 4th lap.
Step count will look good today.
Unlike ours. 77 for 4. Anderson to Higgins on the front foot and defends. Just drops it into the offside, and there is no run. Albeit you and I both managed to take a bit of public transport this morning, which did involve a bit of walking.
I was just thinking that. I'm on 2,300, but
Right,
that's
okay.
me thinking I've done some walking this morning. So it would be a terrible step count if I did just drive in. Maybe that's a sign to keep getting public transport and tramming into Emirates Old Trafford.
Yep. Anderson to Higgins. He dropped into the offside, and there's no run. And you opted for the tram stop further away as well, so that's a good effort.
Yeah, sadly my tram line doesn't go into Old Trafford, so I had to get off at Trafford Bar.
You could just get on the Altrincham tram.
There is a connection,
There
yes,
is, yeah.
but to wait for it.
To wait for it. Plus, and your steps.
And your steps.
Yeah,
so now I'm on 2,300.
Good effort.
Should be on 5,000 by the time I get home, so it might have to be an evening walk tonight to get up to 10,000.
Anderson to Higgins, always swinging and missing. Anderson puts his hands on his hips, looks in utter disgust as he wanders back to his mark.
A filthy shot from Higgins. Just watching it again on Lancs TV, threw everything at it down the wrong line of the ball. And that Anderson in absolute disgust. It would have come quick to the to the slips if there was a snick on that. Threw his hands through it.
Anderson in again, short ball. Through to the keeper, end of the over, 77 for 4. Yes, it was a look of disgust from Jimmy Anderson. My favourite moment so far this morning is that LBW decision that Tom Bailey didn't think he was going to get. Looked in complete despair. And then the umpire gave it to cheer him up.
Like you say, Caleb Faulkner on debut. First ball he faces, county championship, Division 2 cricket, is the legend James Anderson. And then he's backed up the other end by Tom Bailey. It was a tough start. They'll probably be his hardest balls he'll face in county championship cricket. It's Bailey in, and that's worked off the legs for a single on a pitch that's doing all sorts as well.
Won't forget that in a hurry, will he?
Traditionally at Emirates Old Trafford it's difficult to take 10 wickets as well, but at the moment it just looks like the wickets are pouring. It's more of a challenge not to take the wickets. If we don't see a result here after 4 days, I'll be very surprised.
Well, it was the same against in the game here against Derbyshire, wasn't it? The first home game of the season. That was just produced a really good game of cricket. That. And there were a couple of games towards the back end of last season which were similar. So recent history has been good here. Been some good games of 4-day cricket.
It's Bailey's in again from the Statham end. Higgins advances and pulls that round to square leg. Steps across his stumps there.
But as you say, Phoebe, that's in contrast to what we've seen in the last few years here. It has been hard going. You've bowled here a lot. You'll know what it's like.
Well, historically, Lancashire do very well in the T20 Blast and have a fabulous win rate here at Emirates Old Trafford. So short form cricket, brilliant win rate, but they're trying to do things so that the wickets do produce results, as Bailey's in and Plooy takes a quick single to point. The Middlesex move up to 80 for 4. Because the challenge with being in Division 2 is to get out you need to win games of cricket. Draws aren't enough as the point system works. So it's good to see wickets falling. Just need to make sure Lancashire get on the right side of the result. As Bailey's in past the umpire, and that thick inside edge goes out to square leg from Higgins. Both players here playing very positively, and with that a thick inside edge goes all the way through to square leg on the boundary, but they're playing positive cricket shots and proving successful so far. Deploy 25 from 33, Higgins 14 from 19. Run rates at 4s. Bailey's in round the wicket to Deploy. That angles in and's left alone. But yeah, Vitality Blast will be starting soon. Are we a few weeks away from the tournament starting?
Starts with a double header, a thunder and lightning double header at the Oval against Surrey. Quite looking forward to that. Lancashire, I'm not sure whether Lancashire will have played a T20 match at Surrey. I'll have to, obviously, just with the North and the South divisions. I'm sure whether they will have played a T20 game there or not, both either men's or women's. Good way to start it, though.
Absolutely, as Bailey's in once again and defended off the front foot. Ripple of energy from his Lancashire teammates as they jog round for the next over. They've got energy in the field. The pumps at the moment are Lancashire. as they should be. 3 wickets have fallen this morning.
Yeah, just the 3 bowlers used so far in the innings, just the 2 used so far today, but we are going to see Mitchell Stanley. So Anderson's opening spell coming to an end. Well, it's a partnership. It's not too dissimilar to that Lancashire innings. There was a 50 partnership in the Lancashire innings, wasn't there? Middlesex will be hopeful that they can try and emulate what Lancashire did, at least try and get to that 200 mark. At 81 for 4. As Will Porterfield suggested last night, 200 doesn't look a bad score, is it, on first innings?
Should sometimes be multipliers so that people get an indication of how good the score is. So Keaton's Jennings 67. It's probably 100 on another wicket on another day. The graph, the context of the game, it was a really good score. So 200 might be an average 350 county championship all-out score. I think it will make cricket even more complicated, that. So we'll leave that one, put that to bed early doors.
There's Mitchell Stanley into the attack. That's off the back foot by Higgins. Punched into the offside for a couple. Harris will catch up with it. Well, and yet you wanted an additional column for the bowlers as well yesterday, didn't you? Was it? Or was that for player misses or something? You wanted that added to the bowling.
So if you're a batter and you score a beautiful shot, it's a 4 and 6. So often you'll say 67 runs for Keaton Jennings, 7 4s, 1 6s. And for bowlers, you could say Mitchell Stanley, 1.1 overs, 0 for 4, 3 nut balls or 3 gems that didn't take any wickets.
Stanley into Higgins. Oh, goodness me, that takes off. Down towards third man. Is it going to be cut off on the boundary? It's a fabulous effort by Bothersson to cut it off. They've come back for 2 in the end. What's that come off? Maybe the glove, potentially? Let's have a look back on the replay here. Oof. Yeah, it's hit the his glove, I think. Takes his bottom hand off the bat straight away. He's also removed his glove here just to have a little look at his fingers. It was a brute of a ball from Mitchell Stanley.
It was. He just gets that extra bounce off the pitch. Bowls it quick as well. And it seems to hit the pitch and then come off the pitch even harder. As we watch it again here, he gets everything behind it. Hits him flush on the finger there. Yeah, just watching this back, you can see it's just trapped his hand straight away. Higgins sort of giving that a shake. Whether it's done anything or whether it's just the shock of the impact. But they're waiting for the physio, who still hasn't come out. We've got we're looking at different gloves here. These must be the gloves with the extra protection for Mitchell Stanley.
It's the Mitchell Stanley batting gloves.
Yeah.
I would thought, like you, I thought we were waiting for the Middlesex physio to come out, but no, it's just a change of gloves. You can see why that short leg fielder's in, can't you? With balls like that, that's Josh Barron under the helmet at forward short leg. 3 slip catches. Mid-off, cover, mid-on. And fine leg. Chris Green dropping back towards the fine leg boundary. 85 for 2, so Higgins thankfully is okay. New pair of gloves on. There's Mitchell Stanley in and balls to Higgins. He drives through the offside. Harris will catch up with it. Higgins wanted 2. Has to settle for 1. Moves on to 19. And Middlesex now 86 for 4. Field looks like it will alter for Plooy. Left-hander. Going to have a short leg in for Plooy. By the looks of things, Anderson's in conversation with his bowler here. Keaton Jennings is pointing at somewhere at second slip. I'm going to have 3 slip catchers. I've got Chris Green down on the third man boundary. I've got a fine leg fielder, or square leg fielder rather, in Tom Bailey. Mid on, mid off and cover. Stanley will come tearing in from the Anderson end over the wicket to Plooy. It's a lovely delivery. Through it goes to Hurst.
It's a great ball, isn't it? Just beating Plooy's outside edge. Once again gets big off the pitch. You can see here it passes Plooy just below the shoulder. It's a lot of carry, does Stanley. He said yesterday he does still find that top of off stump, doesn't he? Even though he's coming in that extra height, he does press that fuller length, does Stanley.
And again to Plooy, it's off the back foot. Steered down to Green. On the third man boundary. A single for Plooy. Takes him to 26. 87 for 4.
This is the partnership to break, though. Very experienced. 2 at the crease, Plooy and Higgins.
Short leg back in place with Higgins on strike. Josh Bohannon under the helmet. Final ball of Stanley's first over of the day. Okay, he's gone for that fuller delivery. Higgins will push it back from where it came from. And take a single up to Harris at mid-off. End of the over, 88 for 4. Higgins has 20, Plooy has 26.
It's fun watching Stanley bowl, isn't it? He's got consistency with his action. He looks strong in his approach, and then he gets that extra bounce and carry off the pitch. I really do hope he is considered as part of this Test series squad for England, New Zealand. Probably hasn't got the wickets to his name that he'd maybe like, but he's certainly got that extra X factor that you're looking for as a bowler, as Bailey is in and driven to mid-off. Higgins hits that hard once again. Hannon round to do the work.
Yeah, he did crack that away, didn't he, Higgins? Stop from Bohannon. He's taking a couple of awkward bounces, wasn't he? Just bobbling in front of Bohannon. Did well to make sure that he got everything behind it.
And with that, Bailey pops another player in slips. Stanley up to Higgins. So 3 slips in play. Bailey works that into the legs, thick inside edge, big ripple of applause from the Lancs fans. Causing problems, but the seeming to navigate it at the moment are the 2 Middlesex players.
Yeah, they're doing their best to battle through this, aren't they? We saw quite a bit of this yesterday. Batters trying to battle through it and trying to just get some partnerships going.
Umpire moving from side to side as we see the left hand, right hand. Plooy defends that once again.
The skies are looking a little gloomy, aren't they? Hopefully that the darker clouds are going past us, but yeah, there's a few miserable looking clouds out towards the kind of southwest.
Yeah, it's something we talk about a lot here at Emirates Old Trafford, the different coloured grey clouds as Bailey in and defended off the front foot by Plooy.
I know you have a particular favourite colour of grey cloud, don't you?
Yeah, the light grey, which holds promise. It holds a long day's play, does that. You almost come away a little bit squinting all day because it's not quite bright enough. We did come off yesterday evening for bad light because of those light grey turning to dark grey clouds as Bailey is in past the umpire and worked into the onside, not with too much conviction by Plooy. So yeah, it was looking like it might have been a nice day. I saw on Instagram stories today it was blue skies in London, blue skies in Nottingham. But yeah, it's a shock to me that it's not blue skies in Manchester.
It's outrageous, really, isn't it? Yeah.
We had a few nice weeks, didn't we?
Did we?
Probably a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
The temperatures in the 20s.
In the 20s.
Blue skies every day.
Oh, I think I remember that, yeah. I did some washing.
Yeah,
It's
signed
ideal.
up to be a golf member during
Did you?
that period. I did indeed,
Goodness.
as Bailey's in once again and left alone by Plooy. That's the end of the 22nd over, Middlesex 89 for 4. Yeah, joined at Northenden. They've got
Right.
a special offer for female membership,
Okay.
which you sign up for 3 months and it's at a reasonable price. So myself, Kate Cross, Alex Hartley,
The dream team.
I think there might be a few of the other Lancs girls, Alice Clark and Elsa Lister, all signed up, ready to play.
Oh, you've not played yet?
Oh, I've played 2 or 3 rounds now.
Right, Alex.
Kate and Alex actually played with a pro golfer yesterday.
Right. There's Mitchell Stanley to Higgins. Short ball again. He's crouching underneath it. Through it goes to Hurst. It must be slightly intimidating, though.
Yeah, we went to
Teeing
a
off with a pro.
Sky Sports event,
Right.
and they were on a table with Sophie Walker, Manchester golfer, pro golfer, and they asked her for a round. So
As you do.
I wonder how that went, whether it's improved the golf or not. It's the done thing, isn't it, to be a cricketer that golfs as well?
Stanley in and balls to Higgins. That's worked off his hip. He's bringing that short leg fielder into play there, Josh Bohannon. Just went away to his left-hand side. Higgins takes a single, moves to 22. 90 for 4.
The main reason I joined as well was I played at a PCA golf event at Woburn.
Right.
Absolutely loved it.
Okay.
Amazing to be part of.
Mm.
And then looked at the individual Stableford results, and I'd come 40th out of 40. So I realised there's a bit of work to be
Bit of
done.
work.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
enjoy something that much and be that bad at it.
Stanley in and balls to deploy. It's down the leg side. And there's no run. I suspect there'll be lots of people listening who are in that position. They really enjoy it, but are quite rubbish at it.
Yeah.
So don't be disheartened by that.
I think
don't think
I
you'll be
was
on
playing
your
off
own.
the wrong handicap, I think, but still,
Right, okay.
there's definite room for improvement.
Maybe
So
a bit of coaching required. Maybe this pro that Kate and Alex were playing with could be offer a bit of coaching tips.
there you go. Could be the next route forward.
Stanley to deploy. It's fallen, driven down the ground. Anderson is chasing after it. They'll catch it with the ball. They've run 2 in the process. 92 for 4. Deploy on to 28. An hour's play gone in the morning session, and it's been highly entertaining. I shall have to leave you for an update, Phoebe.
Entertaining it has been indeed. James Anderson and Tom Bailey taking the ball this morning. Anderson taking the first wicket, caught and bowled. Bailey LBW. It's been lots happening as Stanley in, and a big drive, expansive drive from Plooy. It goes up and over the rope for 6. Just watching this back. He just sat in his crease here, and the arm speed that he hit through the ball was outrageous. It was that golf swing that we were just talking about, up and over the covers. Very dismissive from Plooy. Joined once again by Kevin.
Well, this is what I said about Plooy, wasn't it? He'll go toe to toe with him. He'll get beaten by some buttes, but then he will go after it. And crucially as well, it was get through the openers and see how the change bowlers go. But yeah, this is why he's the big wicket. But Higgins isn't far off behind him in terms of one of the big two here.
Stanley round to Plooy, and he works that into mid-wicket for no run.
98 for 4. Plooy 34, Higgins 22.
Well, yeah, it's a very change of tact to Lancashire, who scored 201 off 67.2 overs.
Yes.
Almost halfway through the score at the moment in Middlesex from just 23 overs. So they've seen the pitch doing all sorts and taken a really aggressive attacking approach to the bowling. And it's been good bowling as well. We've seen James Anderson, Tom Bailey, Mitch Stanley.
Well, you wondered how much the overheads would affect in terms of the swing, because we saw some of those balls yesterday swing away, pitch, and then seem viciously back in, didn't we? Haven't seen so much swing this morning. But that said, it's just got cloudy, hasn't it? I've been watching this coming in on the distance, and behind the hotel and the pavilion opposite us, it's a bit grim. Over to our left as well, there's rain around, isn't there? But overcast as it is at the moment. Here's Balderson, his first bowl of the match. Keeper standing up, he bowls to Higgins, and that's cut away. Cut away for 4 probably. It's a big old boundary in a lush outfield. Look at that stop. My goodness me, it's almost like watching golf, isn't it? It's just made it to the rope and gone over, but the way that slowed in the last couple of yards there, so dramatically, because he got a good cut away, a good chunk of the cut. But yeah, just at the last, it was like the handbrake went on, but it just hit the rope.
Yeah, some backspin on that to stop it just before the rope.
Almost like rolling up onto the green, wasn't it? Yeah, the golfer's got it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, it's been a slow outfield, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. You can actually see it down below us, can't you, quite how lush it is. As here's Balderson to Higgins. He's short and he goes over mid-wicket with this one. Has he gone all the way? It's a short boundary and it's a flat 6. Clubbed away to the hotel to our right. And in those... So actually, I tell you, it's gone a fair way back into it, hasn't it? Because it was quite a flat shot, but it's up in the red seats at the back of the stand there, which is, I think, for hotel guests only. Yeah, there you go. 2 chaps who were disturbed slightly by it. I tell you what, they can't have been far away. They were brave souls as that dropped down in front of them. Jake next door suggesting they closed their eyes and prayed. 108 for 4. Here's Balderson to Higgins. He goes again. Now he hasn't got it. Mid-on's backtracking. It's Anderson, and Anderson holds on. Shuffling backwards. Higgins falls for 32 from 30. 4, 6 and out for Ryan Higgins. But I think that tells you a little bit about how Middlesex are fancying their first innings here. They've got through Anderson and Bailey, but clearly thinking this pitch is still doing a bit. And Higgins, 32 from 30, makes his way back. A flat 6 the ball before going for exactly the same shot, that one, but underneath it. Bat face undoubtedly spinning towards to face the sky, was it? Having a look now. Anderson, some good strides in there backtracking for him. He's done well. He's done really well to hold on, Anderson. So Higgins has to go, and Balderson has had 3 balls this match. They've gone for 4, 6 and a wicket.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to his over, Balderson. You can see the approach that Plooy and Higgins are taking to take down the bowlers now for Lancashire perspective. Always the tougher catches going over your shoulder. Anderson did well, but Balderson held his nerve, got that one a little bit fuller, and it just popped up on Higgins, so got a thick outside edge, but looked like he was going for back-to-back boundaries there. That'll be an important 30 in the context of the game.
Yeah. Well, we did say 201. As I say, I'll go back to yesterday morning. Yesterday morning was the big one for me. Middlesex were bowling well, but if they'd have gone in 2 down, I think that would have been a real chance for. Like, look, Middlesex might have come out and gone through them anyway in the afternoon, but 108 for 5. They still trail by 93. 5 wickets down. It could still be a significant advantage for Lancashire to claim here. Now the new batter is Duke. That was the conversation this morning. Well, where's he going to go? Travelled over overnight, I guess, or perhaps first thing this morning. You'd assume it was last night if the chance was there that he was going to play, whether the paperwork was signed off or not. But in on loan as a sub and on strike. He drives his first ball back past the bowler, and they'll scamper through for a single. Goodness me, I thought he was late on it for a moment. Anderson came across from mid-on, about to pick himself up from mid-off is Bohannon. He's the one who got to it in the end with his right hand, and while falling forward through at the stumps with the non-strikers in, so Duke had to just be careful not to slow up at all.
Well, this is another interesting debate to add to the the county championship substitution benches.
Yeah.
How have Middlesex been able to get a player on loan and it been passed off as a substitute?
Well, he's gone now, hasn't he? But we had David Kendricks at the back of the box a little while ago, and he's the man that wrote the rules. So when Scott was coming off his long run up, yeah, I don't know if I can convince David to come and have a chat with us, but the rules are the rules, I guess. This is Balderson in bowls, and this is pitching outside the line of leg before thumping on the pads of Plooy. There wasn't much right about that, but I can understand the enthusiasm. I had no real chance on that. There's a bit of rain out there, so the grey stuff that we're looking at in the distance is just sweeping across us. To our left there are grey skies as well, but it looks a little brighter overall, and that roughly is where it's coming from. So touch and go. 3:30 was the initial forecast for when we get hit by some wet stuffers. Balderson bowls to Plooy, and this is turned through mid-wicket for a couple. Plooy's on to 36 from 47. Oh, there's a fumble out in the deep by Bailey, and they've come back for a third. Had a couple of grabs at it out there. Is he all right, actually? He's on his haunches. Damaged pride, or... He didn't slide for it, did he? He just bent down to pick it up, having chased hard out to this deep boundary. We said there'd be a few threes out that way. He looks all right. He looks all right.
Yeah, pride, isn't it? Well, an exciting over from Balderson. 14 from it. 4-6 wicket. 3 single. All sorts going on.
And they're excited about Stanley here at Lancashire as well, aren't they? I'm going to chat overnight to a few. There's the feeling that the pace he's got, there's the chance he could develop into something pretty special. And the man hands in the ball talking to him now is Jimmy Anderson. So
yeah, I think he hasn't probably got the wickets this season that he'd have liked, but he has got that extra X factor. He comes in from a tall height, does hit that 90-mile-an-hour pace.
It should make for some tussle with Plooy, bearing in mind the way he's going about things.
Yeah, well, 2 slips in place for Stanley as he comes over to Plooy, who works that to the onside, and Anderson fires that in with some flight. But whether he's considered for this New Zealand-England series will be interesting.
He's got the build for it, hasn't he? Tall, big, broad shoulders.
Makes things happen as well. Does Stanley is in, and it's worked off the back foot by Plooy.
The floodlights are on. The wind deployed just before the first ball of the over was bowled. he just went and picked up a little turf of grass next to him and threw it up in the air like a golfer to see the way it was blowing. But the flags up above the pavilion will give him a fair idea, because they are being buffeted at the moment. Flag of St George, Union Jack, Lancashire flag flying somewhere over there as well. It's a strong breeze. It's got a stormy feel, and the rain's coming down a little bit heavier now. The floodlight's on, and it's almost as though someone's flicked a switch right now, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind turbines have been put on. You can see Stanley having to work that extra bit harder in his run as he's in, and it's worked off the toes. Extra bit of shape there into Duke. Yorkshire versus Lancashire.
Well,
Duke versus Stanley.
I did say it was top trolling, didn't I, from Middlesex to pulling a Yorkshireman on loan.
Yeah, it's amazing how we spoke about Gavin Hamilton getting that over the line on a Friday night. I wonder if that would have happened if it wasn't against Lancashire.
Yeah.
Be happy to see the arch enemy.
Well, Bairstow's not only keeping, he's captain, isn't he, of Yorkshire, so...
Stanley in and played off the toes and gently guided to third.
That's pretty tough for Duke to try and force his way into that one.
Yeah.
So interesting to see. The ground staff are by the hover cover at the moment. It's got the feel as though we're at a tipping point here. An early lunch could be in the offing if this rain gets any heavier right now. But it's almost back to yesterday evening, the light situation out there. Umbrellas up on the far side, I can see. See one or two moving for cover now.
Well, Stanley in against the wind, plays that short. Deploy ducks. That's that sail over his head. Yeah, it's quite turning into a little bit of a grim morning now.
Well, I couldn't decide whether it was hot. Let's say hot. Whether it was cold or not yesterday morning. You couldn't quite. Is it cold? Am I cold? But this morning, there's no doubt. There's soon said on the TV this morning the weather thought it's going to be cold today.
Stanley, final ball of the over, and it's defended by Deploy. Off his toes, gets that extra bounce we've spoken about. I think the umpires might have a little chat here. Middlesex 114 for 5 after 25.
We're looking at a wide shot as here comes the light meter on the feed. Oh, it's a yes/no from the umpire by the looks of it. It was a kind of a shrug as if to say, well, it's all right at the moment, but only just.
Bails on, bails off.
Yeah, but the wide shot that we just saw, which is what we can't really see over our left shoulder, that's, I think, roughly where it's coming in from. And it's a bit more broken up over there. What was in the distance and is heading towards the city now was far more filled in and a lot darker than what we're seeing on our screens, which hopefully that might just give us a chance of getting through to lunch where it's a bit broken up. But there are showers there, so just how heavy they may be as well.
Well, game in balance at the moment.
Balderson over the wicket, he bowls. There's a bit of shape on that again, swinging into Duke, who drives a single in between cover and mid-off. It deflects from cover behind mid-off, and a single is taken. It's in the balance in every way, isn't it? Bat versus ball, and well, the heavens versus the umpires.
I'm excited to see how Lancashire bat as well in the second innings, because of how differently Middlesex have approached this. They've been a lot more attacking, and it has paid dividends. You might debate that Higgins should have gone on and scored more, 32 off 30, but in the Lancashire lineup you saw Jones 27 off 45, Green 35 off 75.
Balderson 1 for 15, he bowls, and this is clipped backward a square for a single. 116 for 5. If you do have the access to the stream at the moment, it's almost as though you're looking at a day-night game out there, isn't it, with the light situation. There's just one particularly heavy band of rain, which at the moment is mostly outside of the ground. There's spits of it here, but you can see in the distance that the city is about to get drenched. Balderson in, bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Yeah, look at the foreshadows from cover. Ball doesn't quite make it to him. Keeper runs off to collect, but tossed to cover now, and the foreshadows are quite clear out there, aren't they? So we're close to it. We need that. I mean, in some ways, the strong wind will help, because it will blow a lot of this on quickly, won't it? So
Questions I'd like to know is, whose kit is Harry Duke wearing?
Very good question. Very good question. Here's Balderson in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. His jumper looks too big for him, doesn't it? I did think that when he walked out, actually. I'm glad you brought me back to it.
What were his weekend's plans before coming across the border? Was he playing Saturday League cricket?
Yeah.
Please do message in if you know what Harry Duke would have been doing this weekend.
If you were expecting him in your side today. They're at a club somewhere now. Put on the stream, see how Harry's getting on. Alderson over the wicket to the right-hander, who eases this one to backward point. We had a situation at Lords last week where, for Durham, Kemar Roach went down injured in his second spell, 9.1 overs, and then he limped off with a hamstring injury, and unfortunately that's his season done. So the sub-replacement was 22-year-old Luke Robinson on first-class debut. Now, Robinson took 6 wickets in an over in 2017, I think it was, and Martin Emerson, our friend at BBC Newcastle, as his Balderson in bowls. This is pushed back into the offside, and there's no run to end the over. 116 for 5. Delighted in telling us the tale of the time, because the story went round the world. He said it was in the newspapers in Australia. 6 wickets in an over, all bowled. I think he was 13 at the time, but this was his first-class debut last week in 22. But what a moment it was for him to come on and bowl in the middle of the match. First-class debut at Lords. Well, here you go. You kind of throw the ball to him, and on you go. And in some ways, that's where the rule, I think, does work, because it would have been horrible for Durham, you know, to be down a bowler on the first morning like that. Kemar Roach as well. And the balance of the game goes. Are we heading off? We are. The light, was that the light meter reading? I turned away from it. It was the light meter reading in the end that's done for them. So we're off for bad light. It did feel like a day-nighter out there, and looking at the stream at the moment, the light screen. We might not be off for long here because the wind's strong enough that this might blow through quickly. But yeah, in this one again, it's not quite the same instance, is it? But what was nice about last week's substitution is, one, rather than the match was then put back on something of an even keel. No, Luke Robinson is not of the ilk of Kemar Roach, so Durham can feel hard done by. That the bowling attack they went into was obviously significantly different, and would they have been able to force a win if Kemar Roach was there, or force the advantage more? But if at that point of the match, first morning, you've got Luke Robinson sitting there for 3 days and 2 sessions looking at 10 mates out there playing on the field, you know, with just a sub-fielder on rather than a replacement. Cricket's not doing itself any favours if you're denying Robinson 3 days and 2 sessions to be out there and be part of the match and make his first-class debut. And it was almost the case for Faulner last week. I think Higgins got hit. He did, he wore one on the helmet, and you thought then, well, actually, Faulner might get him for his debut here, because they've been trying to get him into the side desperately. So that element of the rule, I do think, has a lot of merit, and obviously it didn't look great for the game when Wokes had to go out with a broken arm and face India last year, did it? But there's lots of tweaks to it. As I say, David Kendricks was at the back of the box earlier. What I will say is they are very, very open to conversation in terms of, look, this is an experiment, it is a trial, and it will need working out on replacements. But yeah, this is an interesting one, and this will test those conversations, won't it? A Loney in overnight into the side as a replacement, bringing a Loney
from another county as well. I think that's the point, isn't it? If you're bringing a Loney in, and there must be an academy keeper from Middlesex somewhere that could step up and actually...
So not a Loney, so yeah, somebody comes in, because Jack, obviously, we wish Jack Davis the best. The statement says for personal reasons he couldn't join the game, so we hope all is well there. But as you say, you drop down below, because Jack was first choice last season for Middlesex with the gloves. I don't actually know who really is the next cab off the rank behind the two of them, whether there is a drop down to, well, he's 18, 19 or whatever, or 17, but yeah. But this also is the argument of Division 1, Division 2. In a 17-game season, if Middlesex weren't particularly going to win a 1 division, but in a 2 division, it's all's fair in love and war, isn't it? You know, Middlesex want to get up. This is a competitive, a massive game for them this season. If you can transfer somebody in. That's what
you've definitely got
that's
to
what they've done. But that's where.
To your
well, that's
advantage.
I guess where.
That's
I guess
of it, right?
I guess that's where the rule might be questioned. Do they need to put something in place that said, yeah, okay, this is fine, or no, it's not? You can't loan somebody in.
Well, I think Lancashire have been at the brunt of it. So when Dale Singh went out with a hamstring injury, Tom Bailey was on the bench and wasn't able to be subbed in because he was a more experienced right armer. There's almost no point of Tom Bailey travelling as a 12th or 13th in that circumstance then, because after day one he's never going to play any cricket unless maybe James Anderson goes down. That's his only like-for-like replacement in terms of experience. So there's some serious loopholes that have been played by different counties, and then
well, everybody will find a way, won't they?
And Yorkshire had a rest week and a bye week, so it meant that actually they were able to play. Bairstow was able to play the next game because he had his 5 days off as part of the bye week. So, and of course you're going to use it to a competitive advantage because you're playing in a competitive league where you want to be promoted or to win a league. So you're always going to find teams doing things like this when they're able to. And I guess you've got to do a mop-up and work out what's best for cricket and for the game. Because like you say, if a player's injured after 9 overs, the only effect that has is on all the other bowlers in the team that don't end up bowling 20 overs in 4 days. They end up bowling 35, and that creates injury then.
Exactly. Well, that was why I thought last week it was wonderful.
Yeah.
You know, watching it at Lords, it's like, this is great. You know, here's Robinson. Because as well, then there was the kind of, because your first class debut, usually you're given the nod the day before, aren't you? You know, the coach or the captain pull you to one side and say, right, get ready, you're in tomorrow. Or at worst, the morning of the game, if somebody goes down injured, you know, you might be ready. He's got a knock. But midway through the first day, Lords, you haven't made your first class debut yet. So get down the stairs quick. You're out there. You know, you're on. And it was in an instant. You know, that was the other thing. It doesn't take forever. The decision kind of gets made instantly. There was a game Middlesex played at Northamptonshire a few years back, and it was James Harris and Ollie Rayner were the two players. And the argument was it's not like for like, because although they're both bowlers who bats, Rayner's an off spinner and Harris is a seamer. I can't remember which one was going in and which one was coming out, but either way, and that took an eternity that afternoon, because I remember they had to call back to ECB HQ, and whoever was in charge of all of the matches and had to sign off the paperwork, they couldn't find him, they couldn't get hold of him, the phone calls were going around. But I think it's with the match ref now, isn't it? The rain's just started to come back down a lot stronger, and I was continuing this conversation, Phoebe, one, because I was enjoying it, and two, because I thought there was a chance that we might get back on quickly if this particularly heavy cloud blew on its way. However, at 25 past 12, as the covers are being run out on the bowler's run-up, I'd suggest, common sense would say for everybody, well, let's take the early lunch and hope that we're ready to go again in 40 minutes to take early lunch at 12:30.
Yeah, every piece of rain cover is coming out now from the Lancashire grounds staff. It's decided to absolutely throw it down. The heavens have opened, so there will be a pause here.
Yeah, and the latest forecasts, which I've just been shown, suggest it could be an hour of this now. So we'll go and have a cup of tea at least. We might have an early lunch, and we'll gather our thoughts once more on the. I mean, Scott sounds like he's ready to come off his long run-up on this one, so he's probably lucky it's not him on the mic as the rain comes down, or he might keep you here all the way through our early lunch break. But
there's a few that have some strong opinions on this substitution rule, but...
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if... I mean, Scotland outwardly asked Lancashire for their take on it in the close of play interview or whatever, so it'll be interesting to see what's said. I mean, I had to admit, it was almost with a little bit of excitement and shock from the middle. I was like, oh, that's clever. How have you managed to do that quickly? But then, obviously, you step back and look at it and think, OK, right, well, Lancashire may have a take on this, but we shall see. Our take is it's time for tea and coffee, isn't it? And maybe an early lunch.
Hopefully, yes. So we'll be back soon, hopefully, with some more cricket after this heavy downpour of rain.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UI92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at United 2.
Two names, rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles!
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Old Trafford, where play is about to resume in the afternoon session of the second day. 116 for 5. Yes, it may be 4 o'clock that we are restarting with 38 overs remaining to be bowled today, but we will play, as we understand it, for an hour and 15 minutes now, and then tea will be taken, which has slightly perturbed us all. So 116 for 5 is the position for Middlesex, replying to Lancashire's 201 after they were put in by the visitors yesterday. Lewis Plooy, the skipper, winning that toss, and 39 to his name, Duke, who is in on loan from Yorkshire overnight as an injury replacement for Joe Cracknell, is 3 from 8. And Stanley, as you can see down the bottom, was bowling, but I'd imagine, Phoebe Graham, it will be straight back to Jimmy Anderson and Bailey as well from the other end. You'd imagine it will be the battery. And actually, this is such a third opening spell for those three, isn't it? It's fallen pretty nicely in that sense for Lancashire. You'd imagine that those two will be raring to go once more.
Yeah, well, if batting wasn't hard enough anyway, we've had 3 hours downpour of rain. It's still grey and cloudy, and James Anderson, who's bowled 2 spells, like you said, last night before we came off for bad light, this morning, and goes again. He's 3 for 43 from his 10 overs, which I think 6 last night, 4 this morning. So it's worked in favour for the Lancashire seam attack, and I think it'll make it even more challenging for the Middlesex batters.
Jimmy Anderson it is. 3 slips, deep third. Nobody then until cover. Look at that. From third slip to cover was only a deep third. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And that would suggest to you it's going to be pretty full and straight here to deploy. He's not going to offer him anything really outside of us. Anderson's in, bowls, and a little too straight to begin. It's down the leg side and taken by the keeper. Oh, cricket's back underway. It's been so good, this game.
It really has. It was a shame that it came off for the downpour that we saw earlier, but it's been exciting. There's been some unbelievable spells of bowling.
It's been good up here as well, actually, isn't it?
Yeah,
even if I do say myself.
It's been good fun.
I'd say I've been the highlight, but... Here's Anderson, past the umpire, he bowls, and this is full, clipped. Just fine, a mid-wicket. No run as tumbling stop is made. 116 for 5. Head shakes all around in the commentary box, suffice to say. I'm sure listeners don't need to be told that.
Well, there's been a serious battle as well throughout last night's evening session and this morning between Deploy and Anderson, and it seems to keep going. Who will have the final laugh here? I know James Anderson will want it to be him.
In he goes. 55th ball face for Deploy. Off his hip, he turns down to long leg. The left-hander, and a single is taken. The first run of the afternoon session, which is an extraordinary thing to say at 4 p.m. Has that ever been said in cricket history before?
Most probably. Probably here as well.
Well, that's true, yeah. The oddity is, and let's be honest, we're not happy about it. We're going off for tea in a bit. It's nonsense that we're going off for tea at some stage still. There's 38 overs to bowl. We will have a break in that 38 overs for tea. You can guarantee it'll be the best weather of the day.
So the sun will break through that half an hour of sun we get every day in Manchester.
Anderson bowls, a lifting delivery past the edge of Duke's bat. I'm not sure he quite played at it. I think he was in position ready, but didn't push after the ball for sure. Walks away, big deep breath. Have we got to the bottom of whose clothes he wears? They do look misshapen, don't they?
That is one thing I was going to comment on then. So Duke on loan from Yorkshire. And
well, they have no numbers on the back of the cable knits. Because if you want numbers on the back of cable knits, you've got to sew them in, apparently. And that costs money. Here's Anderson in bowls, and Duke forward, pushes back up the track, and there's no run. But if you look closely enough, you'll see a number underneath that cable knit. I reckon that's the 77, which is Deploy, isn't it? If you really look through his cable knit there, you'll make out a number, and I reckon it's the 77 of Deploy. So he's got the skipper's top, but I reckon he's got Toby Rowland-Jones's jumper. It's a baggy one. And actually, if you look at Deploy at the other end, you can see just how slender a sweater the skipper wears. Here's Anderson, hits the crease, bowls, and Duke pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. 117 for 5. He can't read, he's having a look through the glasses. Well, when that sun comes out at tea, he might take off the sweater on the way off and we'll see what the number is underneath. I've made Jake laugh twice today. 3 times yesterday, I reckon.
Well, as you called, we've got Tom Bailey coming on to accompany James Anderson with the ball. He'll be bowling from the Brian Statham end. He'll be going into his 11th over. In a very similar set of circumstances, bowled with the new ball last night in the evening session before coming off for bad light. I think he bowled 3 overs last night, 7 this morning, and then he's had a good couple of hours rest before he comes and bowls his 11th over. So comes round the wicket to deploy and passes the umpire and worked off the back foot straight to cover for no run.
So at the moment there's a slither of blue, 2 slithers of blue I reckon, behind the hotel. Oh yeah, a little bit more over there as well, it's just broken up a bit, but over the city to our right it looks pretty grey, and away to our left it's filled in as well, but no sign of rain at the moment.
In and defended straight back to Bailey. I think Plooy's batted really well here as well. He's 40 off 57.
Oh, he's a good player, isn't he? You can see why he's got that aspiration to play international cricket. It does seem strange that it's not South Africa that have gone for him. I mean, a first-class average of 50. Why haven't they bent his arm? He's trying to force his way for England as well, where he's made his career for a long time now.
Bailey in, Deploy advances down and ends up playing at it late, almost straightening his hands on that.
Hungarian passport. I've never actually asked him if he's been to Hungary. That's on the list for me. I reckon I'd enjoy it. The architecture of Hungary would be good, isn't it? Oh, we just see the replay of that ball to Plooy. There's a lovely bit of bounce on that, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's had some nice carriers, the pitch, so far, and from the likes of Bailey, Stanley with that extra height is getting something out of the pitch. Haven't seen as much swing, but it seemed a bit as Bailey bowls that fuller and it's driven out to point for a single. Yeah, yesterday we saw so much swing movement on the ball. It was swinging and seaming in the morning, afternoon and evening session. We haven't quite seen that same ball movement today. Couple of wickets throughout the morning session. There was 3 this morning, 1 from Bailey, 2 from Anderson. Bailey bowling to Duke now as he passes the umpire. Duke lets that one go through, covers all stumps with his bat, and taken by Hurst. 3 slips in place. Point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep fine, and plenty of energy from the Lancashire fielders. Bailey runs in once more. Duke defends that on the up. Anderson pops it into the hands of Bohannon, and that'll be the end of Bailey's 11th over. Middlesex 118 for 5 off 28.
Deploy's taken off. So it's a 77 I said was his number. It's 76 now. He's taken off his. But Duke is out there clearly saying it's a bit cold down south. Is it Old Trafford's south of Headingley on the
southwest?
But it is south of.
Yeah.
So it stands up that Duke's saying it's cold down south, so he's keeping his sweater on.
Just about, yeah.
Well, let's deploy. Hardly South African, sweaters off. Anderson to deploy. 3 slips crouched down, and Anderson bowls onto the leg side. Deploy works 1. He's run it hard. He's thinking about the second, but there should only be 1 there. There is. Bailey collects. 119 for 5. So it's up and to the right. to get to Yorkshire. North and east.
Over the Pennines. Crossing the boundary. Passport control.
Who'd do that?
Who would do
Who
that?
would cross that boundary?
Absolutely.
What kind of person?
What player, in fact. Awful.
Anderson runs away from his pavilion and through to the keeper it goes.
It's a better ball from Anderson.
Yeah, is he playing at that, Duke?
I think he's just covering his stumps in case it does.
I think, yeah. But it's the way he walks away to square leg afterwards, which makes me think he's thinking about it. Did he play it? But no, my feeling is he's played inside those. Well, this one and the one that was similar to it, the last over from Anderson, is in he comes again. Bowls and oh, that was a quicker ball it felt from Anderson, and Duke was up on his toes defending on the back foot.
See the birds on the pitch, just nibbling away at all the seeds that are out there. Seem to have been more present since the rain has come. Flocks of them, in fact. It's like we're by the sea here in Manchester.
Yeah. Manchester on sea. Anderson's in, bowls. Oh, lifting ball, he's nicked it. Went for a cut and he was following it in the end as the ball rose, following it almost into some sort of uppercut. And through with the nick, which is taken. Duke goes for 3. Anderson has 4 for 45, and Middlesex still trailing by 82. They're 119 for 6.
Well, that was the extra bounce off the pitch that we've spoken about. Just seemed to get that extra bit of carry, did that delivery from Anderson. 5th, 6th stump line, shaped away. And Duke had a big play at that. Thick outside edge.
It's felt for all of them that they've had a ball with their name on it, isn't it? But for Duke more so, perhaps.
Yeah.
Too early.
I think he was tempted by the line of that, wasn't he? But we've seen it carry through a few times. You can see where Duke plays this. It's high, sort of shoulder line. It gets big on him. That's where he gets himself in trouble. But Anderson laughing, it won't be his best ball that he's bowled.
So that was the 100th first class victim behind the stumps for Matty Hurst. Thank you, Scott Reed. 1000th would have been a good start. Must be Jack Russell territory, that, mustn't it? 1000.
Well, he's young as Matty Hurst, so it could end up being 1,000 for Matty Hurst one day.
Come on then, Reedy, who's the leading dismissal wicket keeper behind the stumps for Lancashire?
Probably Warren Hegg, I would have thought.
Zafar Gohar is the answer to the question which nobody other than myself in my head was asking. Who would Middlesex send in at 8? Or we kind of knew the answer really with Duke coming in at 7, but 8 is Gohar, and Anderson is in to bowl to him. That's an excellent leave by Zafar Gohar. Goodness me, that was tight. If that had just clipped the pad on the way through, they would have been screaming. It was that tight as it angled across the left-hander, but beat pad and off stump.
And so often we see that same ball from James Anderson angling away from the left-hander and shaping back straight. It did straighten on him, but not enough to take the top of off stump.
But like I say, even if it took the top of the pad there, I reckon they'd have been bellowing at the umpire. Here's Anderson bowls, and down the track comes Gohar, and with a flourish he drives him square of the wicket. That's a lovely shot for 4, and Anderson will not have liked that at all. And if we see a replay, I won't be looking for the shot, I'll be looking to see what Jimmy says. Here it comes. Just a little shuffle, boom, and then into position, and away it goes.
It was well played.
Glorious.
Got to the pitch of the ball, used his feet to counter any swing. And a free hit really in the end. 4 through the covers. So yeah, Matty Hurst, 100th victim behind the stumps with that catch from James Anderson, 22 years of age.
Hegg is 2nd on the list of Lancashire leading dismissals for wicket keepers behind the stumps. 919, and above him, G. Duckworth 9.25. George Duckworth. I just needed to put the emphasis on Duckworth, to be honest.
Bailey in again and left alone by Plooy.
Didn't we garner in that elongated lunch interval that there was once a dismissal in 1920 something that bowled Duckworth caught Lewis? I wonder, was it one and the same? What year would Duckworth have been? What year was he operating? Or caught Duckworth, bowled Lewis, I should say. Here is Bailey.
Deployed, advances down there, misses the ball. It's another couple of good deliveries from Bailey here. Deploy again, being very attacking.
So it could have been Duckworth, wicket. Although that dismissal, we understand, was taken in South Africa, I believe. So even though Duckworth it was within his years, 23 onwards, it might have been another Duckworth in South Africa that did it.
Bailey goes for the third time to Deploy. Deploy rocks onto his back foot on his toes and works that down to point. Green throws in to the stumps.
Bit of chitter chatter in the fields. 77. Middlesex trail by, it'd be a sizable advantage if they could knock them over from here. 30, 40 runs in a match like this, I reckon, pretty useful.
Well, the thing with how Middlesex are playing at the moment, even if they're out there for 10 more overs, they'll definitely
That's true.
change the deficit. As Bailey in and defended with the beautiful straight back by Zafar.
Well, these two, if they keep stepping down the track to Jimmy Anderson, again, we could just commentate on the bowler's reaction, couldn't we?
That's why we need stump mics down there. Yeah. There's been a few words said throughout the day. Like I mentioned earlier, it took Lancashire 67 overs to get their 201 they were bowled out for. Middlesex entering the 29th over, 124 for 6, as Bailey in and Zafar advances down, a little knee brace. Lets that through to Matthew Hurst. Bailey having some sock challenge. Every time he's bowled a ball, he's kneeled down, pulled his socks up, shuffled his trousers round.
Do you think
be a little bit of a routine
Do you think he's being scolded by the skipper and he's taking it literally? Pull your socks up. Every ball.
Comes in now, does Bailey. Seam presented forward. And that's worked to mid-wicket. It's taken. Mitchell Stanley takes the catch, diving forward. And Bailey gets his second wicket, second victim. Middlesex 124 for 6.
Yeah. Plooy leans on his bat at the non-strikers end. Not sure he looks too impressed with that, does he, from Gohar? He kind of turned his back on him as he walked up the track, but they've all been playing their shots, to be fair, so that's why I'm slightly... I'm not sure he was. I don't think that wasn't turning his back on his teammate, was it? It was a chip into the onside, and we've seen a few of them from Deploy as well. We've seen... there was talk of yesterday evening of the way it was going, that they need to get a short mid-on in for Deploy if he's going to keep shuffling down the pitch like this. Well, that one chipped up by the left-hander to mid-wicket, so I'm not quite sure it was that. I think it was ponderance from Deploy rather than frustration.
It's a good catch as well by Stanley.
Yeah.
Diving forward, almost like a salmon out of water. Whole 6'5" of Mitchell Stanley. Took it low on the floor, diving forward. Always the toughest chances. But Bailey's bowled well here today.
Yeah, and it was a slight step forward from Gohar, and that hit high up the bat, didn't it? Really high up the bat. Disappointment for Middlesex's number 8, so to Middlesex's number 9, the mightily impressive Sebastian Morgan. Bowled beautifully, didn't he? And young all-rounder with high batting credentials. He got 97 last year against Gloucestershire. A couple of games into his first-class career.
And has a long sleeve knit on. I haven't seen a long sleeved for a while.
Oh, we didn't look to see if Duke took off his sweater, did we? On the way off at all. Not that you'd particularly take it off on the way off, would you? But maybe when he's keeping. We'll see if see whose shirts he's wearing. Here's Anderson, start of a new over. He bowls to Plooy, defends into the onside, 43 to his name from 64, and very much the Keating Jennings role here, isn't it, for Middlesex? Can he get up somewhere around 70 odd, as Jennings did, and Middlesex then probably will be at parity, trailing by 77 now.
Yeah, they've had a super different approach with bat in hand, but so far has kind of worked, you would say. They can get another 20-30 partnership.
Anderson to deploy a shuffle to drop a single, just fine of cover. And he moves to 44.
But yeah, it must be cool for these young lads facing James Anderson, who I'm sure they'll have idolised growing up.
What did we say? Morgan was born 2006. So what was Jimmy Anderson doing in 2006? He made his debut 2006, didn't he? His Test debut. Year after the Ashes? Or was it year before the Ashes? 2004. Trying to remember. He was in the squad, wasn't he, for 2005? Or he was there? Or was he just outside it? No. Anderson's in now, bowls and beats Morgan with the Buttes. 2006 was Anderson's first year with Lancashire, but he pretty much 2005 was his first full season with Lancashire. So 2006, I'm sure he was in the England squad by then, but was it not Fletcher that first? No, I'm going to go down a rabbit hole here with who there was an England coach, wasn't there, that really fast tracked. I'm thinking it was Fletcher. 2003, there we go. So this ball's full outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. 2003, Scott. Yeah, so it was Duncan Fletcher, wasn't it, and Nasser Hussain, who were identifying Anderson and fast tracking him. So Test debut 3 years before the man he's bowling to was born. And he comes, bowls to Morgan, eases his way into the offside, and no run. To be fair, I'm assuming over the last year or so, Scott may well have been saying this or hearing this a few times in the last year. It's about that time, isn't it? 2006. There'll be a few coming through. 20 years of age now, 19. Turns at the top of his run-up, Anderson. 4 for 50 in his 13th. And he bowls now to Morgan, who works into the onside, does he? It might have just been pad, and it falls fine of mid-wicket, no run. And end of the over, 125 for 7.
I think as well as a 18-year-old Seb Morgan, looking at the other end and thinking, I could have a 25-year career doing this if I keep myself fit, keep myself healthy. Just been done all ends up, 3 balls out of 3 by someone later in his career. Role modelling what is possible with the human body. Bailey in now from the Statham end. As he passes the umpire, bowls a short one, which is gently tucked away into the leg side. Deploy didn't fully play at that, but guided it round. Not tempted by that shorter ball. As the field manoeuvres for Morgan, who is none from 4. Got 3 slips, point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket. Marcus Harris practicing his golf swing out there. Bales is in, and wide delivery that's cut and carved through third. One of his looser deliveries there from Tom Bailey. Don't see too many of those.
It's a bit of the Peter Kay there about Sebastian Morgan, was there? Have it.
Don't bowl there to me, son.
Walloped it.
Wasn't his greatest ball. Up, put it away, did Seb Morgan. First runs of the day there for Morgan. 4 off 5. Middlesex 130 for 7. Bailey coming into his 12th over. So he presents the seam upwards. Charges in. Worked off the legs. For no run, much better comeback there from Tom Bailey.
Bryson Skies to our left, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, just still got a few members in. Not disappeared with the downpour that we saw. Bailey in and beats everything there.
Hit that.
There's Tom Bailey. It's one of his special deliveries that is too good for Morgan. I was saying yesterday we could put a compilation of excellent balls that have come down over the past day and a half. There's been a lot of balls too good for batters, with it seaming around, Bailey in, and those shots where it's get off me. Morgan being tested. But yeah, a bit of blue sky. Looks more optimistic at Emirates Old Trafford if anyone does want to come down to Lancashire to watch the last 20 odd overs of play here. Tee at 5:15. It's Bailey in and flicked into the leg side by Morgan. That'll be the end of his 13th over. Middlesex 130 for 7.
I'm still not over that. Tee at 5:15.
We've had some interesting debates in this commentary box, and that's been one that's really hit a sore spot for Kevin.
You can guarantee it. Look, the little patches of blue, the one that's going to reach us will be 5:15. As we all walk off for walking off for tea at 5:15. I mean, come on.
It's just not enough common sense in cricket to get annoyed at it, though.
Well, true.
This happens a lot.
It's true. Here's Anderson to deploy, a little shuffle to defend to cover. I think Anderson's getting used to it now, that this is what deploy does. He's not just doing it to Anderson, he does it to everyone.
Yeah, he's not as annoyed by it now. And you can see he's just digging his length shorter rather than feeding it up to deploy. They're happy for deploy to get ones, dot him up. They'll be wanting to bowl at the candidate at the other end, Morgan. But in the meantime, he's doing a good job for his team, his deploy. 45 from 67.
Round the wicket. Anderson to deploy now. Wide on the crease and deploy down the track and thumps him through the covers. There was a cry of catch. Cover was unmoved, but 4 it is.
Yeah, drove on the up there. It wasn't clear whether that had gone into hands, but cover, it's Tom Bailey's, stayed stationary. Hands in mouth. Whether he could have given it a Mitchell Stanley to his left or right. Diving like a salmon, but weren't enough crowd shouts from the crowd to suspect it was anywhere near Tom Bailey there. Deploy continues in his rich fashion. 49 from 68.
Anderson working hard on the ball. Oh, he's deep in thought in this battle, isn't he, Anderson? He wants to come out on the top of this one desperately, and he'll know just how key it is to the match. Not just personally between he and the outstanding deploy. He's around the wicket, and deploy clips him off his hip, down to fine leg, and that's a delicate glance and a fine way to bring up his 50. 54 from 69 balls for deploy. Really excellent knock. 69 balls, 123 minutes. 6 fours and 1 6. And 53 of Middlesex's 138 for 7.
Yeah, he's able to guide that down the leg side to bring up his 50. He's played a great hand in this Middlesex innings, and it's been really entertaining as well, hasn't it? It's been advancing down the track to James Anderson, to Tom Bailey, or sitting in deep in his crease. It's a tough wicket to bat on, but rather than let the bowlers bowl at him, he's created momentum, created opportunity, and probably looked the most fluid of all batters throughout the days.
Around the wickets comes Anderson again, and he's driven imperiously through the covers. 4 more, 4 in a row. Anderson looks ruefully on to where the ball is being retrieved by all of those covers.
Yeah, he's taken away a lot of the threat coming round the wicket to deploy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him coming over again here.
There you go, right on cue, is it? I think Morgan's moving across.
Just doesn't seem to have that same shape and angle, and with the field how it is, with 3 slips, no one out in the offside, bowling that tight line round the wicket just allowed Deploy to play his hands through it. So he'll come back over, will James Anderson, see if there's any more threat from this angle.
And he bowls now across him, and there you go, a little dabble through to the keeper. No back contact made though.
When you're right arm bowler bowling to a left-handed batter, it's so important that you stay over the wicket for as long as possible, because you can hold that shape and that angle. So you've got the one that's angling across the left-hander, and then particularly for James Anderson, who bowls the ball that straightens on the left-hander, the threats become so much bigger.
He's in now, bowls, and this shapes away outside the off stump through to the keeper. 142 for 7, 33 bowled. I agree fully, but the modern way is to come around the wicket so often now to a left-hander, isn't it?
Is more in
So
T20 and ODI cricket.
I've seen it a lot in the Championship. I mean, Mark Stoneman for Middlesex, they really used to target him very early in the innings around the wicket, and they just seem to do it more and more now. Whereas for so long, I'm with you. I really think you need to exhaust over the wicket before you start coming around, unless there's a technical element to it.
Yeah, some left-handers can be quite, call them heavy-headed.
Yes.
So almost lose the balance. So therefore round the wicket presents an option as Bailey in, and it's inside edged into the pad, then ground, and then tidied up by James Anderson at mid-on. So yeah, when batters almost fall over, that's where coming round is a really nice option.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Lords is a great example of it as well. If you're bowling from the nursery end to the left-hander, indeed, well, both ends, you're trying to work out just that balance where you might be able to unsettle them.
It's Bailey into Morgan, and that's a uncomfortable drive that gets a outside edge to cover. Morgan not looking too comfortable, but his partner in crime, Deploy, I think he's working his way through the gears now. He's played an attacking hand so far, but I think he's going to go from 3rd to 4th now. It's difficult to score, and he's 57 from 72. I think he's going to look to take the game on even more. If he can get 78 to here, squeeze the deficit. They trail by 58 to Middlesex at the moment, with Bailey in, bowls a shorter ball that doesn't get up. Sort of died in the pitch, did that bumper. Do have deep square, deep fine out, so they do want Deploy to play at it. It was almost like a slower ball bounce to that. Bailey seam up to Deploy. He works that into fine. Plays it up and over the bounce nicely. Fires into Hurst, and then he'll be bowling at Morgan. I think realistically here they just need to give Deploy the single, bowl as many balls at the other end, and that'll be the quickest way to clean up Middlesex. Middlesex will be looking to do the opposite. If they get anywhere within the 20 run mark or push on 20 runs above Lancashire, it puts them in a good position. Bailey into Morgan. Morgan defends with comfort.
Well, the interesting one will be if Morgan falls. You know, he's a quality bat, Sebastian Morgan. If Roland Jones comes in and he's there with Plooy, then Roland Jones needs to get his head down for a skipper at the other end. But Roland Jones teeing off him, you talk about that 20-30, a quick blast. Roland Jones, if he gets hold of a few for a couple of overs, then all of a sudden you're blasting your way into a lead.
It's Bailey bowls and Morgan lets that through. Another good over from Tom Bailey. Middlesex 144 for 7. Anderson continuing from the James Anderson end. He is 4 for 62 off his 14 overs. Bowled 6 overs last night in the evening session. 4 this morning, and this will be his 5th. So he's had some nice breaks between bowling, and I'm now joined by Scott Reed.
Hello, Phoebe.
Anderson in, and Plooy works it into square leg for a single. Yeah, one away from another 5-wicket haul for James Anderson. How good has he been this year for Lancashire, Scott?
I think he's right at the top of the charts again, isn't he now? I think that wicket put him above his rivals in the leading wicket-taking columns this season.
Top of the pops?
I think he is. I think he's top of the pops. Yeah.
Top of the pops. Top of the charts. Top of the pops. James Anderson.
Is he 27th, I think?
Well, 4 slips in place as he bowls to Morgan. Morgan on his toes and defends that. Much better position there from Morgan. He was wafting at those before and letting those through, but gets everything behind that defensive shot.
Ben Rain just ahead of him, actually. He's got 29 wickets.
2 more wickets. Ben Rain, a canny operator from Durham. There's a lot of variations within his spells. James Anderson puts his back into that one and drives to the cover.
He's picked up a couple of wickets in the Worcestershire-Durham match in that 308 all-out that Worcestershire were bowled out for. Ben Rain, yeah, he got 5 for 63, a couple of wickets for Ben Stokes as well in that game. Durham 77 for 2 in reply to the Worcestershire 308 all-out.
Well, Anderson in. Morgan once again gets whole body behind that front foot defensive shot.
The 2 batters are the 2 guys that got the runs to beat Lancashire a couple of weeks ago. Emilio Gay on 27 and David Bedingham on 27. The other Division 2 games, Kent 217 for 6, replying to Gloucestershire's 325 all out, and Northamptonshire are 40 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 604 for 7 declared.
Some runs scored at Derbyshire. Anderson sends his square leg out, bowls it full, played out does Morgan, but misses everything.
Yeah, Harry Kane making 73, Matthew Montgomery 54, Caleb Jewell 94, and then centuries for Martin Anderson and for Brooke Guest in that score of 604 for 7 declared, and Northamptonshire 42 for 4 in reply.
The greatest return from Northamptonshire there as Anderson bowls the final ball of the over. Again, another great delivery. Misses everything. Morgan survives. Anderson bowls his 14th over. 15th over there. 145 for 7, Middlesex. Plooy 59 not out from his 75, and Morgan accompany him at the moment. 5 from 18. You can see here Anderson bowling the most overs. 15 overs, 4 wickets for 63 runs. Not his most economical day, but there's been some great battles, and the batters, to try and counter this pitch, have been advancing down to James Anderson. There's been words said. It's been highly entertaining.
It has, and Plooy's been great in and around all that, hasn't he? As he plays a forward defensive to Tom Bailey for no run. He's been well, from ball one almost really yesterday. He was quite keen to get out and be positive, wasn't he? And to try and take the fight back to the bowlers. And he's put together 59 impressive runs here for Middlesex. Bailey turns and sets off again. 2 for 44 for Tom Bailey. That's a lovely ball that beats Plooy. Sliding on past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Matthew Hurst.
Yeah, it's another great ball by Bailey. Plooy advances down, realises he has to play at it because of the line of the ball. Almost cross-swords it. Misses the top of off, misses the bat. Bailey bowls another seed, and he goes again.
I wonder how many player misses we've had in this game across both sides. Left this time by Plooy. It comes back in quite some way, just on the evidence of watching Matthew Hurst take it away to his right hand side, a good pace or two to his right hand side. Good judgment by Plooy. How much did this come back in from around the wicket? Yeah, it's come back in quite a bit, hasn't it?
It's a great ball. Just keep shaping. Does that from Bailey. It's coming round the wicket to Plooy.
He's in again. It's rapping Plooy on the pad, but he's a long way forward and across. Looking to whip it out towards the leg side. Umpire wasn't interested, and the appeal kind of fizzled out almost as soon as it started, really.
Yeah, I think it was almost doing too much. The ball before, how much that shaped, did strike him in front of middle, but it was away down as Plooy. Had a few good appeals as Bailey.
Into Plooy, snaps that one down towards fine leg. And he gets a single as well. Which was the dismissal this morning when he didn't think he was going to get the LBW. It was Faulner, wasn't it? It was that wicket when he appealed for the LBW. Didn't think that the umpire was going to give it. And then he kind of slumped forward. And then realised the umpire had raised his finger. And, oh, he's given it. It's quite amusing this morning. Picked up 2 wickets as Tom Bailey.
Well, we caught it well. 20-5. Sun started to come out, so it will be beautiful for that tea break.
I know, what's that about?
5:15.
I'm confused by that. Bailey over the wicket to Morgan. Drives on the bounce back to Bailey. And there's no run. Is that the end of the over? It is. So 1-4, 6 for 7.
We will see another from James Anderson. Hungry for this fifer. Hungry to win this battle, but don't want to call it too early, but I think Plooy's going to win the overall battle here between him and Anderson. But you back yourself when you've got 1,000 test wickets, don't you?
Probably do.
Well, he's staying over. He had a bit of trouble coming round to Plooy, who took him downtown last over, so Anderson comes over. And Plooy plays that with ease into the leg side. Once again, comes down the track. It's been so fun to watch. 61 from 81. Which, when we went through the Lancashire attack, we look at Jennings's score where he gritted out 67 off 148 balls. Everyone was striking in the 30s, 40s. Even Chris Green, who plays expansive cricket, 35 from 75. Next highest score for Lancashire. So it's been a complete different tack from Plooy, but it's been great to watch.
It has.
Anderson into Morgan. Morgan defends that through to mid-off. There's no one there, so they will run back. They'll try for the second. It's a good piece of work from Bohannon.
He's good, isn't he, behind in the field?
It's just to whip it round the pitch.
Yep.
There was one earlier in the day that he dove for at cover, didn't quite get it, but raced to the boundary. I think if it was anyone else chasing it, it'd have been 4 runs. Such a great athlete in the field. So James Anderson strides in and Plooy tries to work that off the leg. He strays his line there, does Anderson. As Plooy sighs and looks in the air.
Gone through a couple of Division 1 scores.
Yeah, we haven't looked at the scores on the doors around the county. What's going on, Scott?
Bit of rain in Cardiff. It's at Glamorgan, Somerset. That's currently being delayed. With
goes for the quick sin goal. Anderson kicks it. Oh, could have been top bins there. I wonder how close that was. Tell you enjoy that. Burnley B won the mascot race yesterday, but Anderson unable to put that in the back of the net.
Yeah, just wide of the post, wasn't it? Little side foot tap in.
It's good running from Plooy. Every single counts. Real soft hands. Try and he'd have just made his way in.
Glamorgan 205 for 8, but they're off at the minute in Cardiff in reply to Somerset's score of 354 all out. Somerset in with a chance of a healthy looking first innings lead.
Anderson worked down by Morgan. It's a free hit at that. Just clips his pads and it is given leg byes.
They've reached T in the game between Essex and Hampshire. Essex 273 all out, Hampshire 235 all out. So Essex lead by 38 runs. There's a game between last season's top 2 at Trent Bridge this week, Nottinghamshire against Surrey.
Anderson in, final ball of the over, and once again worked down to leg side. The big appeal, whether it's come off the pad or not. Umpire doesn't signal the leg by, so it's come off the bat. Big appeal to finish the over there from James Anderson. 154 for 7. Middlesex, they trail by 47. 27 overs left in the day, and we're just having a little look round the county championship, Division 1, Division 2.
Yeah, not Surrey. So Notts making 415 in their first innings, and Surrey's reply is 129 for 1. The wicket of Rory Burns, but Sibley on 58 and Smith on 35. For Surrey, 129 for 1. Sussex, Leicestershire and Warwickshire, Yorkshire are the other 2 Division 1 games taking place. It'll be Bailey to continue. Morgan on strike. Bailey to Morgan. He runs down to third man here. Probably 4 of them. Yeah, disappears beyond the reach of the chasing Harry Singh, who is as a 12th man for somebody. 4 runs to Morgan.
Yeah, he's played that nicely, hasn't he? He's just gently put his hands onto that. Angled his bat. Free region down at third.
I think it's Mitchell Stanley who's not out there at the minute. That's why Harry Singh is fielding. Bailey into Morgan, who swings at that, and the bottom edge back onto his back pad.
It wasn't a fluid swing from Morgan. Threw the kitchen sink at it. He's going for a big drive. It ended up hitting his thigh pad in the end.
158 for 7. Wind picking up a little bit as Bailey is in again, and Morgan defends. And there's no run. So Sussex Leicestershire, Sussex 319 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's 328 all out. And the Warwickshire Yorkshire game has moved on at a pretty decent pace. Warwickshire into their second innings. They're 165 for 2. So they lead Yorkshire by 161 runs. Bailey over the wicket to Morgan. A straight delivery which Morgan defends. Just taps it out into the onside, and there's no addition to the score. Durham have just lost a third wicket in that game at New Road. Emilio Gay out for 28. Here, Lancashire looking for their 8th Middlesex victim. Sebastian Morgan on strike. His attention's been drawn to the fact that Lancashire have changed in their fielding positions. A deep backward square leg and fine leg now. As Morgan looks to drive, he picks out Anderson at mid-on. Didn't sound particularly good, that. He instantly looks towards the toe end of his bat, does Morgan.
Yeah, he's starting to play more shots though, isn't he, Morgan? Is starting to join his partner in crime in Plooy. And actually they're only trailing by 43 now, so a little cameo here would make a massive difference to the game.
Final ball of the over, Bailey to Morgan. He's trying to run it down to third man, but Harry Singh comes across from backward point to field. It's the end of the over, and I see Mitchell Stanley come back on, so that's good. And there's nothing sinister with Mitchell Stanley. He's jogging back on, and Harry Singh jogging off. Might be jogging back on to have a ball here potentially, if that's the end of Anderson's spell. He's bowled 6 overs there. It is the end of his spell. 6 overs, 1 for 24 since we got back underway, James Anderson, and 4 for 67 in the match so far from his 16 overs.
Yeah, it's felt like it needs a little shake-up now. Stanley only bowling 4 overs so far, so still fresh is Mitchell Stanley. I think that extra pace be great to see how Morgan plays it. We've seen it, just having that extra bit of carry and bounce off the pitch. Stanley taking a slip out, so there'll be 2 slips. He's got a third. Deep square, fine. Deep point as well to deploy. So all areas covered here for Stanley. He strides in past the umpire, and a lovely drive there out into the deep, but a good piece of fielding by Harris. They will come back for the 2.
Done well to come back for 2 there, haven't they?
They did. There was a little bit of a fumble actually.
I think it
looked like it was a good piece of fielding, but just get the binoculars on, his hand in the air.
Chris Green, isn't it?
It is Chris Green. That's a great spot from Scott. Stanley strides in once again. And played up by the head of Deploy. But they still take the single. Trailing just by 40 now. This is the person Stanley will be wanting to bowl to, Morgan. 11 off 28. See how he copes with that extra bit of pace. Deploy going down to have a little chat. Comes down a bit quicker, mate. What's your heed? Stanley looking to make something happen here at Emirates Old Trafford. And is in. There's a big flash from Morgan. Certainly playing positively.
Well, he can take the lead from his captain, can't he? Where possible, Leos Deploy has been pretty positive.
Yeah, the difference there is Plooy would have come down the track and played that. He stayed very stationary, feet super glued to the ground as Stanley in again and works that off his hips. Green in the deep. He'll feint this cleanly. But he does throw it in over Matty Hurst's head. Yeah, needing a breakthrough now for Lancashire.
Yeah, as you say, that the deficit's just been chipped away at, hasn't it? 39 behind now. I think a potential lead here, Middlesex.
Yeah, Stanley in and worked down to third for a single. Just pulls away at it, does Plooy, and knows exactly where that's going to go.
If it's relatively even after the first innings, or there's a marginal lead one way or the other, it makes the third innings of the game, doesn't it? Really intriguing to see how that develops. And the floodlights are just starting to flicker on, so maybe it's just got a touch darker.
Oh gosh, we're in for another light reading check.
Could be.
Finished the day early yesterday due to bad light. Stanley was bowling at the time and is in here, and that's worked once again down to third. Balderson running round to his right, doing the work, throws into Hurst on the full, and that'll be end of Stanley's over. Middlesex 164 for 7. They trail by 37 runs. Just looking at the partnerships here, this has actually been one of the bigger partnerships. 40 between Morgan and Plooy. There was 44 between that cameo of Plooy and Higgins. Higgins went 6-4 out, was 32 from 30, and we said it would be an important knock, which it's showing here through the partnerships. That was a integral partnership to this Middlesex partnership, but this is also proving very worthwhile. 13 off 31 Morgan in support of Plooy. It's going at a good knot as well. 4.2 and over.
Yeah, more than useful.
Yeah, looking at the Lancashire scorecard at this time, they were 115 for 4 in the 39th over, so very different tack.
Bailey's out, his 6-over spell comes to an end, and Balderson replaces him from the Brian Statham. Then full delivery to begin with to Morgan, that's driven down the ground for no run. Bailey 6 overs, 1 for 14 in his spell since we got back underway. 12 overs sent down between Anderson and Bailey in that opening start to the session. And now this double change. George Balderson with Morgan on strike. He's in and bowls. Morgan playing and missing. Not sure how. Neither can Lancashire's wicket-keeper, indeed slip catchers. Where's that gone past? It's gone past the inside edge and past the off stump just about. It's a no ball actually. Signalled by the umpire.
There's been a few no balls from this end. I think they struggled with the footholes at the start of the day.
Balderson to Morgan. It's full off stump, and again looking to drive, but doesn't time that as he would have liked. Again looked towards the toe end of his bat, which might give us a clue as to where that came off. Bouncing up towards Chief Ball Shiner in Josh Barnum. He's fielding at mid-off, hands the ball back to Balderson. 1 for 18 for George Balderson. Delivery that Morgan has to play and defends. Snaps it away into the offside. And there's no run. 166 for 7. Fine leg and 3 slips and a backward point and a cover and a mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket. Playing the miss from Morgan.
Shaped away, lovely.
Did.
Very, very late as well from Balderson. You can see here in slow motion, it comes down and then angles away. Almost goes to first slip. He's getting some nice movement on the ball, is Balderson, and late as well, which is even more threatening.
He comes to Morgan on the front foot in defence. The ball bouncing back down to the Lancashire bowler.
Well, he's brought some energy, hasn't he, Balderson? It was feeling a little bit lull. A little bit of a lull. So we look at the floodlights.
Doesn't look good, does it? What's the view behind that? What's that behind us? Right, okay, it looks a bit gloomy, that, doesn't it? Balderson to Morgan, that's turned into the onside. And there's no run. It's the end of the over then, so 40 gone. In theory, we've got 24 overs remaining today. Tea is at 5:15, even though everybody just assumed we'd already had it. Wonders of cricket. But got a 5:15 tea interval for 20 minutes. And then back out to complete the day's play, or at least some of it, hopefully all of it.
Yeah, we should get through the 24 overs left in the day. It might mean 2 long days, Sunday, Monday. I know you've got some plans this evening, Scott.
You got any plans this evening?
I actually don't.
No.
You know, the loose end tonight.
Are you?
Stanley is in and driven out through the covers. A great piece of work by Bailey.
Stop, wasn't it? Low down to his right there. Just at extra cover.
Fast bowlers have been doing some good work in at cover, in at mid-wicket, as he practices his golf swing once again.
You were practicing your golf swing a little earlier on, weren't you, Phoebe?
Yeah, I've been looking at the Rory McIlroy online tutorials.
Oh, okay.
Stanley in to deploy short ball, and he works that through down to fine. Balderson works round, a simple piece of fielding in the end. Deploy then plays an aerial practice shot. It's a much more flair scoop that he didn't play then. We'd like to see that. But yeah, it's all about the rotation of your body, apparently, according to, so it was a Rory and Tiger, which I feel like if you're going to listen to anyone, you need to listen to them.
Yeah.
Keep your arms straight, let your body do the movement.
Right.
And then play through the ball. So should play beautifully next round. Stanley in, digs that short. Morgan ducks.
And you were teaching Kevin as well, weren't you? Giving Kevin a few tips.
Yeah, we're using the stand that you've got for the player interviews.
You gave him a tripod,
as a golf stick, just to get that movement.
I wonder what you were doing with that. I couldn't quite work out what you were doing with that.
I was rocking it like a baby. Just getting my rotation right for my next round.
Right. When you booked in?
Strides past the umpire, digs it short again, and just getting an outside edge, but actually playing it really nicely with soft hands, and it trickles in front of third slip. I haven't booked on yet, but maybe Tuesday.
Nice.
That'll be a rest day for you, will it, Tuesday? Is that your weekend?
Tuesday or something? Yeah, I think that's a rest day Tuesday. Yeah. Wednesday at Southport for the women's match.
Rest day Thursday.
Rest day Thursday, but going to Southport for the men's match on Friday.
Stanley in again, and that's played out, and it's straight through to the keeper. That's the ball that has that extra bounce and carry. Too good for Morgan, that. I think when you work in sport, just watching this ball back, just holds its line. Morgan actually played the wrong line of that. Didn't do much off the pitch, but had a big bounce that Stanley's getting off this pitch today at Old Trafford. So he seriously storms in and again squares Morgan up, and he plays that well down to third. I think most of Morgan's run have been behind the bat. That's the end of the 41st over. Middlesex trail by 33, 168 for 7. Yeah, when you work in sports, Scott, rather than a day off, you can call it a rest day.
A rest day. Have a rest day. Rest day on Tuesday. Rest day on Thursday, albeit I'm going to Southport. But that's all right.
So when you see the team, see the girls on Wednesday, you
See the
say,
girls
yeah,
on Wednesday.
rest day yesterday. They'll know exactly what that means.
They'll know what it means, yeah. And they'll say probably well deserved as well. Won't
Yeah, they will,
No, they
definitely. Particularly if this goes the whole way.
Yeah, that's true.
It goes 4 days, and you need a rest day.
Looking forward to a trip to Southport. I think she didn't play a 4-day match there last season, so nice to go back this year. Balderson over the wicket to Morgan. Back and across to defend. And there's no run. The women's game on Wednesday is a 10:30 start against Warwickshire in the Metrobank One-Day Cup. Lancashire women defending that one-day competition, having been winners of it last year. They've lost 4 of their first 6, however, this season. Balderson is in to Morgan. That's turned into the onside. Out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So if you fancy some cricket on Wednesday, Lancashire women against Warwickshire women at Southport, 10:30 start. And then the boys are playing on Friday against Worcestershire for the first day of the 4-day match. Hopefully in sunny Southport. 168 for 7. Balderson to Morgan. He's driving, but an inside edge past his stumps. See the ball ricochet down to fine leg. Morgan gets through for a single. Moves to 15. 169 for 7. And a little pre-tee spell from Kevin Hand coming up here. Just a little 15-minute spell before tea. From
warming up for this
Kevin.
one. Rolling the shoulders over.
You were practicing your golf swing as well,
Stretching.
Right? Earlier.
Yeah.
Noticed that.
A bit like you hoping for sun in Southport. We can live in hope, can't we?
It's always lovely in Southport, apart from the time it rains.
I haven't played golf in 6 years. I need to get out there. Phoebe's inspired me.
Get to Birkdale, play at Birkdale. That'll be nice.
You pay him.
Paul Edwards will pay. It's his local course. Balderson in. Edged, gone. Keeper standing up. Deploy, can't creep forward. And that edge behind, taken at first slip by Michael Jones. Sharp catch. Balderson gets his second wicket. 8 down now, Middlesex. And Deploy's entertaining and gritty innings comes to an end. He's gone for 67.
It was explosive at times as well, wasn't it, from Deploy? Really, really good innings. An excellent catch. Keeper almost made way for it, didn't he?
Does that come off Matthew Hurst, the keeper, a little bit? Or has it gone past Hurst?
Because I was wondering...
it did. I think it did. I think it may have deflected off Hurst.
Yeah, because I was wondering, did it come off the back hip of Deploy? Because it seemed as though... I mean, this isn't to say that he didn't edge it. He edges it, and then... Did it just clip the glove of the keeper? I was wondering whether he edged it onto his hip, and then it went...
Yeah, maybe. Sharp catch. 32 behind as Toby Rowland-Jones comes out.
Middlesex's master blaster. Yeah, I mean, Morgan's played really well here, hasn't he? 15 from 45. But at the end of the day, they're 8 down. So you're on with it. Start throwing the bat a bit.
We kind of suggested that, didn't we, when Chris Green was batting and Mitchell Stanley came out with him, and obviously Jimmy was due in next.
Tea could be delayed here.
Oh, don't start with that. Tea at 5:30 or something.
Well, if the 9th wicket falls, then tea from 5:15 would be moved to 5:45.
Oh, that's absolutely absurd.
I was, I stopped myself because I was looking over in the horizon and it's getting a bit grey over there, and I thought, well, that's about 35 minutes away. What will we be doing in 35? Oh, we'll be coming back out after tea, won't we? As it stands, we'll be going off in 8 and a bit minutes. Yeah, it's bubbling up in the distance.
Is
About,
it?
about 35 minutes away.
Oh yeah, that's, actually I think the weather's coming from a slightly different view, isn't it?
The facts get in the way of a good story read.
The flags have changed direction.
Honestly, it's on the stream as well. We're lining all this up.
It looks lovely in that direction. Here comes Balderson. He's over the wicket. And that's left by Roland Jones. Again, nicely taken by Hurst. A bit of shape away, and it's still good carry through to the keeper. 169 for 8. We're as you can see there on the pictures. We do have the floodlights on, so that could be an issue, couldn't it? A bit of
well,
bad
yeah.
light.
Again, there is that. You know, the light as it's been, elongating the day.
Balderson to Roland Jones. That's nudged away into the onside. And that is also the end of the over as well. So 169 for 8.
I think it's fair to say they've made a wee mistake here, haven't they? The refs. The chances of us, with the light as it's been across this match, of having 38 overs.
Yeah.
But then throwing a 20-minute tee in sort of in the mid. Well, it's not even in the middle, is it? But oh, they're coming together. They're coming together about the lights. The umps are ready. Tee is 7.5 minutes away. It's not bad light at the moment. I don't think they are coming together about the light. It was far worse earlier when we came off. Oh, waved on. Something's being waved on for one of the umps.
Do they need
What's
their
Lloydie saying?
Do they need their meter reading? Have they left their meter? Hang on. What's going on?
Something's coming from somewhere. It's all right. Let's just take a little bit more time out of the game.
Oh, there's a thumbs up. Everyone's happy.
Thumbs up.
Are you grumpy? Makes a change.
What is it? There are too many delays in cricket. We talk about the over 8, don't we? But Stanley, right arm over, he bowls to Morgan. Now it's gone through him. Has it taken anything on the way? He's not doing himself any favours here for the next appeal, because he's got a massive appeal there, and he stopped quite quickly and then put a big smile on his face as if to say, yeah, no, it wasn't it really, was it? Got to be more convincing than that. Have a look again. It was a good length ball, and it was past him in a flash, that, wasn't it? Really rushed the batter, beating the outside edge. So it's gone through him. I thought for a moment that maybe it had got beaten inside edge. He was dabbing down while getting squared up. 169 for 8, and this is full, straight and clipped, only as far as mid-wicket, no run. Didn't quite whip at the ball there, did he? Just a gentle turn. What does Roland Jones do to that? Does he just wait, patiently prod his way through 32 runs with Morgan, or does he tee off? He's lining up some classic straight drives at the moment. 32 runs. Bang, bang now. It's a reasonable lead in a low-scoring game, isn't it? Stanley bowls, and Morgan... Oh, well, he thought about ducking that, and then he flayed it down the leg side, and he's given. Oh, what does Morgan think? I'm not sure he's convinced. He got himself into a really bad position. His initial thought seemed to be to duck it, but then he rather threw his gloves as much as the bat at the ball, with a belated thought about a hook or a pull, but he was in no man's land as it's given out. I'll just watch again on the replay. I reckon if we watch his head, I'm sure you'll see the head duck down for a minute. There it goes. And then he thought, oh, he ducked it, hadn't he? He ducked it, and then he threw the hands and gloves up at it. He was caught in two minds, and as a result, he's caught down the leg side. 169 for 9.
Yes. So I don't know whether potentially this would mean a delay to tee with them being.
Tee is now delayed, yeah.
Well, it's in 5 minutes, isn't it? The tea break, scheduled tea break.
So it is the tea will either be in 35 minutes or when the next wicket falls.
Just don't understand how that can make any sense, but there we go.
Look, they've made a mistake, haven't they? Yeah. So we all make mistakes, but overall the game does need to tighten up on time lost. We lose so much of it in this country, especially in April and May, where bad light's in play and all the rest. Yeah, it seems. I mean, to some extent, they could get out of jail in the wicket falls, we'll go off and take tea, so it's a 20-minute break rather than a 10-minute break for the change of innings. So we wouldn't all be quite so miffed in that sense. In fact, that quite possibly, unless these two bat for 35 minutes, that is most likely going to be the outcome now, isn't it? That we change of innings, we will take tea when this wicket falls.
Yeah.
Which
Sharma's a new batsman. They're going to have Josh Bohannon underneath the helmet at short leg. Got 3 slip catches as well. Got Green, who's just dropped back towards the fine leg boundary. In fact, third man's coming up as well. There's also a short mid wicket, I think, with Tom Bailey. Where's Jimmy going? I think he's at leg gully. So Sharma knows potentially here what's coming his way. 169 for 9.
Yorker. In comes Stanley, bowls, and it's a length ball, and it's turned to the short leg, but along the floor. He steps inside it, and there are but 2 balls remaining of the over. Jake Utley makes a good point next door. We won't lose 2 overs if change of innings comes now.
Very true.
Note that down.
What, the Jake makes a good point.
13 minutes past 5. 9th of May 2026. Stanley's in, bowls, and inside edge onto the pads.
Made a note of it.
We're quite nice to each other off mic, all of us, aren't we? No, we're not actually, are we? We're worse. 169 for 9. Roland Jones, you would imagine now will get on with it. Stanley 1 for 28, and another of those ripples of applause.
Yeah, it was a wicket maiden, wasn't it, for Mitchell Stanley? And you say a nice little round of applause. Plooy, the beating heart of that scorecard for Middlesex, 67. Got a little bit of help, didn't he, from Higgins, who hung around, and Morgan as well. Just like Middlesex, Lancashire have, at least for now, only used 4 bowlers. They've been required. We're in the middle of a spell from Mitchell Stanley.
Two partnerships really in this innings. 44 to Plooy and Higgins. 45 to Plooy and Morgan.
It wasn't the end of the over. There's 1 ball left.
Was there I think they thought it was, because there was a ripple of applause.
Yeah.
Well done, everyone. 169 for 9. He's in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left side. That's the end of the over.
Hey, end of the over now. And it's a wicket maiden.
It's almost as if you knew, Scott.
Could do with a little ripple of applause again, please.
He doesn't get one now, does he?
No,
Look, you're not getting 2. Go on, you've had your ripple of applause. Come on, give him a ripple of applause. Down he goes. He did. He headed off down there, didn't he?
He did. He was down there. He got his jumper. We're all ready for the next over, and then we realised it had only been 5 balls. So George bowlers, and it will be from the Brian Statham end.
How many overs did we have yesterday? There's only 43 overs into this innings.
Balderson in, swatted down the ground by Roland Jones. But Anderson feels they decline the option to run.
If I only had a resource where I could look these things up, or a notepad where I could write them down.
What would you like to know, mate?
How many overs in the first innings?
We had 67.
It's only just barely gone a day's play then, aren't we? 67 plus 43.
In comes Balderson, and Toby Roland Jones swings and edges, and it's taken by Matthew Hurst, and Balderson has his 3rd, and Middlesex are all out for 169. So Lancashire have a first innings lead of 32 runs.
That's useful, isn't it? Really useful. Yeah, Roland Jones was going for the big heave-ho, the big swing, thick edge. And back they go. And, well, 169 all out. Tea will be taken. We will not lose 2 for the change of innings. So rather than a 10-minute break now, we'll have a 20-minute break. And then, light and rain permitting, we're going to have a very crucial evening, or passage of play. Well, it is the evening session. 20 overs remain of the day. And Middlesex needs to try and turn this to a positive, as per Jimmy Anderson and Bailey. They basically had 3 new ball sessions, 3 spells, with the way that the play was broken up last night, this morning, and then again when they came back out this evening. They had 3. Middlesex went out and had to bat against those 2 3 times, and we only had 40 odd overs of that innings. So yeah, Middlesex need to look at it. Right, 20 overs tonight, 20 more in the morning. They need to be done for something around 169 as well, and then 200 to win on the final, or what remains of the game thereafter. Let's hope the light and the rain do not delay us too much in this, because it should be a cracker, this, shouldn't it, if it goes to the wire? Unless Lancashire come out and hit something silly here and put it out of reach, which they will try their very best to do. We will find out after a 20-minute break for tea here at Old Trafford. Phoebe, Scott, myself, Kevin, do join us back in 20 minutes if you can.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You'll work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses: the Old Trafford campus, UA92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club, and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study 1 module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UA92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Guys, make way for the designated driver.
I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's...
Have any money?
Yeah, true.
Pass the Pringles.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag.
Your call is important to us. Do not hang up.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind-the-scenes access to mini-documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the final session of this second day across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, where we have 20 overs remaining in the day. Unusual that the final session is starting at 25 to 6, but what an interesting session this could be. 32 runs is the difference between the two sides on first innings, so a little lead for Lancashire here, and 20 overs to go, subject to the light holding out. And well, this game has moved on at a very healthy pace, hasn't it? And it could yet progress quite significantly more in the next 20 overs or so. It'll be Toby Rowland-Jones to get us underway, with George Balderson on strike. And the first delivery defended by Balderson for no run. So 169 all out. Middlesex in the end, with Lias Plooy top scoring on 67. 4 wickets for James Anderson, 3 for George Balderson. And a 32-run lead. Still got the floodlights on, but it does look a little brighter now than it did, I think, when
it was lovely through that tea interval.
When the players went off. It's Rowland-Jones over the wicket. Balderson playing and missing. And through to Harry Duke, of course, who's now keeping wicket for Middlesex.
Harry.
With the injury replacement. Well, firstly as a new recruit, a loan signing from Yorkshire, and then replacing Cracknell in this match, who... Is he a dislocated finger, did we know in the end, or was it just a broken finger or a bruised finger? Let's hope it's nothing too sinister. Balderson's pushing and he's beaten. Through to Duke, and there's no run. So he's getting to... There he is, getting to know his new... It's not Joe Cracknell. He's getting to know his new teammates.
It's a funny hat he's wearing if it is. It's one of those comedy hats with the bit of hair hanging out the back. They should get one for Cracknell, shouldn't they?
Yeah, when he's back fit. Yeah, I like that. He's got 3 slip catches next to him as well. And there's Rowland-Jones into Balderson. First runs for Lancashire in their second innings. He's off the bat of George Balderson, just clipping it out to square leg for a single.
Oh, he's jumperless. He's wearing number 48. Who's number 48?
Cracknell.
He's wearing Cracknell's top.
Yeah, yeah, he's got Cracknell's top on it.
I suppose keepers, they're all about the same height, aren't they? Same width.
Keaton Jennings taking guard from umpire Lloyd.
Yeah, we should have crackers up here, shouldn't we? What's he up to?
Right, one without loss. Toby Rowland-Jones to Keaton Jennings, who I think he's batting outside his crease. And he may adventure a little further forward. Yeah, here he comes. Oh, blimey, that's wide from Rowland-Jones. In fact, it's signalled a wide. It's a terrific effort from Duke. Leaping away to his left to get a glove on that.
That wasn't that wide. The umpires are just desperate to stay that little bit longer tonight, aren't they? The extra 10 minutes there wasn't enough. Changed ends. It's Lloyd at this end now, isn't it?
It is, yep. Good effort from Duke. 2 without loss now. Rowland-Jones to Jennings. A lovely ball. Has he edged it? Well, no, he's not. Middlesex fancied it. Rowland-Jones was up. It's a terrific delivery sent down by Toby Rowland-Jones. Seemed to square Jennings up. Taken low by the keeper, down to his left-hand side.
It's that back leg, wasn't it?
It was.
Shake of the head from the batter as soon as it hit him. Nope, not out.
Final ball of the first over. Turned into the onside by Jennings. Carefully done by the Lancashire opening batter. So that's the first of 20 in theory to go tonight. Lancashire now leading by 34 at 2 without loss.
Oh, Middlesex flag on the balcony of the hotel. Way to our right on the stream, we've just seen it. It's the old Middlesex flag, that one, isn't it?
I thought that didn't look familiar.
Well, we confused it last year with that of Essex, didn't we?
Ah, so it's not an Essex flag?
No.
Then? Right.
It's the old Middlesex flag.
Right.
Or the county Middlesex flag, I should say.
Kind of vintage flag. Nice.
Luke Holman's running on a helmet for potentially the keeper, but it might be for a potential short leg. It's placed down behind him now.
The balcony below where that flag is.
Yeah.
Is that another flag? Or is
towel.
Is it just a towel? Is it? It's just
Come
a
on.
towel. Right.
Yeah, get that one up, Mr. Producer, but be careful. Careful on the zoom on that one. Here's Higgins. He's in bowls, and this ball's cut away into the offside by Balderson. No run. Oh, there's lots going on. Is this a wedding party or something? All in dresses off out tonight. A little bit along from the one with the towel.
It is a towel, isn't it? I think it's just draped over the
but
back.
look, they're all in dresses. Where are they off?
Big night out. Big night out.
They're going to that dinner with you, aren't they?
Big night out.
Higgins bowls, swinging that one in to Balderson. It was Higgins that picked up Balderson with such a delivery in the first innings, wasn't it?
It was LBW for 8.
Here we go. Balcony action again. There's the wedding. They're off. But it's too late for the wedding. They'd be back from it, wouldn't they? They're going out for the evening now.
Yeah, it's a night out, isn't it? Fancy a
All
night out.
dressed up. A bit like us, apart from we're usually all dressed up and nowhere to go. Higgins is in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper. End up in the pub with Jake. Actually, we're not all dressed up, are we? Don't think I've seen you dressed up, Scott. Oh, we've done the
cricket rights.
Cricket rights, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think I've seen you dressed up.
The things I could say, but I won't.
Higgins bowls, and this ball's clipped away backward of square on the leg side. 3 without loss. Why not? We've been nice to each other this evening.
Just trying to get you into trouble.
Yeah, okay. With whom? I don't think I've got anybody to get in trouble with. Apart from Jake. How is producer Jake this year? Is he any good? Is he behaving?
Solid start.
Has he sorted out the green room for us yet? Coffee machine, snacks.
No, because no one's quite as demanding as you see.
You haven't had Martin Emerson here yet this season.
No, that's the joy for later on.
Higgins bowls outside of the off stump, through to the keeper, 3 without loss. I might come along for that game actually, just to watch Jake directing Marty. That'd be good.
I might book it off.
One's come with the second over of the innings, 3 without loss. Come on, Higgy's the cry from somewhere. Four slips go down. Higgins right arm over, and the left-hander, shuffles down the pitch there. I thought he was going to have opened up too much of the leg stump and be in trouble, but he clips it off that leg stump, and a single's taken. Jennings moves to 2 from 5. Balderson 2 from 8, 4. Without loss after 2 overs, I reckon, Reedy, they're not going to want to chase much more than 170 after what's just happened. So that means 135 tops in this innings. It's a fair whack. And they need to make some serious inroads tonight. They'll be. We talked about what Lancashire would be thinking last night. 5 down by stumps. If it had been a full evening,
yeah.
I think Middlesex have got to be thinking 4 down tonight, haven't they? At least 3 in these 18 overs that remain from here.
There's Roland Jones to Keaton Jennings. Defends. Drops it into the offside. Well, it would probably continue the theme, wouldn't it? What we've seen so far in the first couple of days.
Well, something's got to buck the trend here, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For the and that it's going to be a partnership potentially from here that wins the game. And well, one partnership at the top of the innings for Lancashire. Well, goodness me, that really will take the game away from Middlesex. You'd have thought, barring something brilliant in the chase then.
Roland Jones picked up 3 in the first innings. Balls to Jennings. It's left. It deflects, I think, just off his thigh pad. I think he's batting out of his crease, and he's certainly taking a step or two further towards the bowler. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Batting out of his crease, and then he'll just creep a little bit further forward again. Look at that, he's some way down, just kissing the thigh pad.
It's the deploy tactic, isn't it?
Roland Jones to Jennings. Clip that away off his toes very nicely. He's running it out towards deep backwards square leg. You might even think of 3, but restricted to 2. So he moves on to 3. Lancashire move to 6 without loss. He's retreated now, hasn't he? Yeah, back in, batting inside his crease now. Roland Jones to Jennings. It's hit him on the pad, but again he's decent way forward.
That'd be interesting. That felt like a pretty good shout. It was a very full delivery, wasn't it? So as far forward as he was. Pitches in line. Oh, dearie me, Reedy. What's wrong with that?
That's a good shout.
Oh, dear. My first instinct was that's gone. It's got to be. He's that full. Unless he'd taken an extraordinary walk. But when it's that full, you know, if you're taking a walk outside off.
Roland Jones to Jennings. Oh, it's defended again by Jennings. A little tentatively, and he wasn't quite sure where the ball was running back to. He's now again batting back out of his crease. Defends. It goes in between his legs, and it's bouncing down towards the stumps. He wasn't sure, Jennings, where it was going. Wasn't sure whether to try and take a run. In the end, he did neither, and for him, the ball didn't roll back onto his stumps.
Man behind him at slip, of course, Sam Robson, or second slip Robson for this one. Of course, they were part of that corridor, relentless circle of openers for England.
Full again by Roland Jones, and Jennings drives to mid-on. End of the over. 6 without loss. Lancashire. Balderson on 2. Jennings on 3.
The rotating door policy as it was back then. Jennings, Robson, Stoneman, who came down to Middlesex, of course, after a stint with Surrey as well. All of those that succeeded Strauss alongside Alistair Cook. Burns, I think, had a go, didn't he?
Yep. Hamid. Quite a long list, actually, isn't it?
It was. It was a crazily long list, but they never went back to Robson, who had the best record of them all, alongside Cook, post-Strauss. Here's Higgins in bowls, and rather threatened to fizz across the left-hander, having looked out of the hand as though it was shaping into the legs. He got in behind that, and he's coming down to have a look at the surface. It looked as though it was swinging in towards him, pitched relatively short though, and then boom, across it went.
Who they'll go with this time, England. Presume it's not going to be Crawley. He's not had any runs, has he, this summer?
Higgins bowls. Oh, another beaut. Angled across. Not too dissimilar to the last, but fuller. Meaning Balderson was defending on the front foot.
We've seen opening bowlers across both sides who have been right on the money in this game, but not just the opening bowlers, to be fair. The 4 that Middlesex used in the first innings and the 4 that Lancashire used.
Higgins charging away from the pavilion. He bowls, and he does swing this one back in, starting it wider, and it still beats the edge. 6 without loss. It does feel like a, even though it's only 20 overs, it feels like a 4-wicket evening this for Middlesex. It needs to be because of the game.
One that's gone across, one that's just come back a fraction. Good stuff from Higgins. Testing times for the openers.
Higgins again brings this one back in, inside edge onto the pads, and Yelps of excitement, but nothing more. Game on again. It's the bowlers on top once more, and they've got to keep on top is the key, isn't it? Well, this will be the test of the youngsters. As well as they bowled in the first innings, you've got to come out and do it again here. It's got to be relentless. It has been to this point from both sides with the ball. 2 blinks first, really, isn't it? As Higgins bowls and a forward defence from Balderson into the offside.
Yes, it's what I guess makes tonight, and certainly this third innings of the match, really intriguing. There's no signs that anything's changing in terms of the conditions and the nature of the pitch.
Oh, have you got a cold, really?
Nope, it's a bit of hay fever.
Higgins is in, bowls outside the off stump, it's left alone. Here it goes. End of the 4th over, 6 without loss. Who dropped what down there? It sounded heavy, didn't it?
It was a bit of a rattle, wasn't it?
Drop that on your toe. Sounded like Jake's wallet. Roland Jones to continue down below us. Oh, set 2 down there now. What do you think they dropped it on?
I don't know what they dropped. I couldn't hear what was said then. It's Toby Roland Jones to Keaton Jennings. Jennings calmly defends, and there's no run. The previous over that Jennings faced from Roland Jones, it was almost batting in his crease for one delivery and then out for the next, and back again, then out again. See how he goes through the course of this over. First delivery took his guard batting outside of his inside the crease, and I think he's just creeped. He has. So now he's just batting a little outside his crease. So he's trying to just disrupt the rhythms of the bowler. Gone full again. Clipped away to the leg side. Tumbling stop at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 6 for no wicket. Crowd is thinned out, but not surprised. We had a good couple of hours this afternoon with no cricket because of rain. There's a few dotted around below the pavilion. He's on the walk again, Jennings. Drops it into the offside this time. Just cushions it away off the face of the bat. Out to cover, and there's no run.
Trouble next door again.
For no wicket.
You're going to have to get blinds there, aren't you, on that window?
He's
chipping away at us on WhatsApp.
Is he? All right. I like looking at his smiley face. Sometimes. Halfway through the 5th over. Roland Jones into Jennings. It's left. And there's no run. It's a terrific little tussle, this. The way that Jennings is trying to bat here, the way he's trying to get through this new ball, try and counter the threats of Toby Roland Jones. Again, he's gone back into his crease now. It's almost, I think it's every other delivery, either just a fraction outside the crease or in it. And turned into the onside by Jennings. Could stop at mid-on. And there's no run. First innings got 68. He's the top scorer in the match, actually, just by 1 run. Lears deploy out for 67. But the deploy innings and the Jennings innings were hard-fought runs. Different approach from the 2 batters. Again, pretty solid in defence there is Jennings. Drops it into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 5 gone, so 15 remaining. Looking at well, if we get them in, we're looking at kind of 10 to 7ish, aren't we? Something like that.
Thirsty work.
Should the light hold?
Disappointing crowd today. Well, the football dragged them all the way on a Saturday. It was a decent viewing yesterday. I mean, a few may well have gone home, to be fair, at this time, but
yeah.
Higgins beginning you over and finds an edge. Balderson forward, searching for that one. He gets a single back with a point. Faulner retreats.
Yeah, I wonder whether that shower with the heavy rain actually for a few hours took us off for the early lunch. We didn't get back on till gone 3, did we? So, in fact, it may have been later than that. So it was maybe that it's put a few people off. Could be a few, I'm sure, in the pavilion behind the glass, keeping warm.
I was just about to ask how good is Old Trafford at hiding spectators. Lords does a good job of that.
There'll be a few behind the glass.
Higgins is in, bowls, angles one across Jennings through to the keeper. Good number in on the hotel actually, which I'm unreliably informed was sold out last night, so don't take too much on that. Tonight as well.
Right. We definitely had people this morning on their balconies listening to us, because as I mentioned it, there was a couple waving towards us. But I'm not sure if anyone's listening to us now on their hotel balconies. Doesn't appear to be.
Higgins. It's the crease. Bowls was cut as far as backward point. No run. 7 out loss. 6th over of the innings.
Be good viewing as well from the. It's called the edge, isn't it? The bar behind square of the wicket underneath the newer hotel. It's quite good viewing from there, isn't it? So there might be a few behind the glass keeping warm, watching the cricket there.
Are you after a discount or something?
No, you were just asking me whereabouts people may be watching the cricket from, Ken.
Well, you were saying how nice it was in there. Other bars are available, folks. Here's Higgins in. Oh, wobbles one across him. Goodness me, that was a belter. We talked about him looking to shape it back in and then boom off the surface. It goes across. That was the best example of it yet. Play that. Off the surface, it sharply daggers across. 7 for no wicket, 6th over of Lancashire's second innings. Down the track comes Jennings. Side leading by 39 runs. In a low scoring affair, we did fancy that 201 was not the worst total in the world for Lancashire, and a lot of that was down to Jennings. Middlesex would have fancied their chances on a number of occasions in the reply of at least reaching the 200 mark and maybe going a little bit further, but falling 32 runs shy of parity. Just puts a little bit of pressure on the start here to make sure they get in amongst them quickly, as Higgins in bowls and a late cut chopped down on it really, Jennings. As far as points it goes, no run, and that's the end of the 6th. 7 without loss. Economical stuff for Middlesex, and there was also a pondering as to whether Lancashire would come out and go at it the same way Middlesex did and think, alright, 32 run lead, let's thump the way through it, but I guess really they're in the box seat here, aren't they? So if they can get through this opening spell, they'll have it in mind that, look, maybe the youngsters won't bowl as well second time around.
Yep. Yeah, maybe it might get a touch easier tomorrow potentially. Roland Jones to Balderson. It's the next little contest. It's pushed across Balderson. Taking a look at some of the scores elsewhere in Division 2. Durham are 178 for 4 in their match at Worcestershire, replying to Worcestershire's 308. Ben Stokes making 14 with the bat today. David Bellingham still there, 68 not out. 3 slips awaiting. He's playing and missing. Taken by Duke. Durham trail Worcestershire by 130 runs in that match at New Road. Kent are 294 for 8 in their first innings, replying to Gloucestershire's 325. Tawanda Mingeye made 90. Driven by Balderson, stopped by Roland Jones and his follow-through. Northamptonshire 96 for 4. So they've put together a recovery there. They were 30 for 4, I think 38 for 4 at one stage. Calvin Harrison's unbeaten on 40, and James Sales, who's found some form in recent weeks, he's 33 not out, but a long, long way behind Derbyshire. And through to Duke from Roland Jones. As we've seen through the course of this game, some nice bounce and carry through to the keeper. Coming over the wicket to Balderson. Yeah, Derbyshire 604 for 7 declared. So still over 500 runs behind Northamptonshire at 96 for 4. Roland Jones in. Balderson forward, defends. Ball just squeezes out towards backward point. No addition to the Lancashire score. 7 without loss. And in Division 1, Somerset have bowled Glamorgan out for 229. They've got themselves a decent first innings lead there, but they are 7 for 3 in their second innings, Somerset. The back foot and drilled away for 4 by Balderson. I've enjoyed that, crunched away through extra cover, and he moves on to 7. That's the end of the over. A boundary for Lancashire off the bat of George Balderson.
First innings? There's on the 7 before that in bits and pieces, and yeah, it must be because Balderson's on 7 and Jennings is 3. 21 balls faced each. It'll feel good though, won't it?
Definitely. In these tricky conditions. 11 without loss. Just go through those scores in Division 1. Somerset 7 for 3, lead Glamorgan by 132. Hampshire 45 for 2, lead Essex by 7. Surrey 195 for 3, trail Nottinghamshire by 222 runs. And Sussex 367 for 8, leading Leicestershire by 39.
3 slips, leg gully, and keeper stood up. Higgins' right arm around the wicket. Jennings, who balloons one to third slip. Higgins thinks it's a catch. Nobody else does. Higgins is disgusted with the world. But it must have come off the gloves of the keeper through to third slip. It just absolutely ballooned up. Yep, keeper's edged its third slip.
Good this with the keeper standing up though, isn't it? Just he's dragging Jennings back into his crease again.
Well, I guess Higgins is thinking, has he edged it into the keeper's gloves, and that's why it's gone that way. As this is angled back in from Higgins and defended by Jennings on the front foot. Cracking contest.
It is, isn't it? It's been a belting game so far.
I just really hope the rain doesn't do for this one.
I think it's okay tomorrow, isn't it? I think. Let's have a look.
Well, there's a fair chance if we get a full day tomorrow that there'll be no play Monday. Higgins bowls a lifting delivery which pops out of the gloves of Duke. I was going to say it's a real test for him to come in and keep wicket for the first time to Roland Jones, and Higgins never having done so again, and Sharma and before, and Sharma and Morgan to come, and now he's standing up to Higgins as well, who does a fair bit with the ball, doesn't he?
It's lovely tomorrow, actually. Nice and sunny tomorrow morning, Kevin. Get up nice and early, go for a walk.
I will see you there. Here's Higgins, it's cut hard, backward a point. Pigeon scattered, 4 runs claimed. 15 without loss, Lancashire.
Yes, nice and bright and sunny in the morning. Might be a little bit of cloud in the afternoon, but there's absolutely no suggestion of any rain on the forecast tomorrow.
Dear old John Gwynn. He always used to say, I'll meet you in the morning, we'll climb up to the top of the party stand. Gwynny. One of the great characters, dearly missed at the game.
It'd be some effort that to walk up to the top of the party stand.
It would have been for Gwynny.
It would have been, yeah.
Actually, it would have been for me as well. Can you imagine if your seats are at the back, you turn up, look, we're all the way up there. Higgins around the wicket again, bowls. This is turned into the onside. 15 for no wicket. There's a bit of football on tonight, isn't there? So a fair few might have scattered out of the ground for that this evening.
City played, aren't they, I think?
They are.
So that might attract a bit of attention.
Must win for City. We were discussing Malcolm Allison last night, weren't we? How he rounded up the young kids of Manchester with free tickets to turn them into lifelong City fans. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is cut back with a point for a single. Good stop by Faulner prevents any more, but single it is to end the over. 16 without loss. Who's due to go?
You have a break, because I can see you're multitasking. So you have a break. Put your feet up. Have a breather.
I was just about to jump on a Malcolm Allison why the stands empty bandwagon here and get the kids in.
Oh,
it was good stuff from Malcolm Allison. All days, get them in.
Every day?
Yeah.
Every day's a school day?
Every day, for some of us.
16 without loss. Kevin's gone for some more blueberry muffin, I think.
A delightful treat after the double chocolate chip muffin as well.
He's got his fingers in the cookie drawer.
That'll be a change of bowling. Sharma, who impressed us yesterday.
He did. He bowled beautifully, didn't he? Well, but both the young lads, isn't they? Sharma and Morgan, backing up the work of Roland Jones and Higgins.
Yeah, they've gone to Sharma early as well. See whether he can cause Jennings any challenge. What about the two ladies that were behind the side screen and everyone was waving to them, asking them to move, and they were just waving back? It was brilliant. Sharma in and defends by Jennings.
I didn't see that, no. Right. When was that?
Today.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was when Balderson was facing second over. And then Jennings was sort of waving to the balcony because there's two ladies stood there and they were waving back. It was absolutely brilliant.
Tremendous.
I had no idea why the cricketers were in disarray at that point.
They're just being polite, having just a little wave.
Yeah, Sharma in and Jennings lets that go down the leg side. Yeah, I came in this morning around, it'd been about 20 past 10 and Jennings was having a good hit. And I thought, not many batters off the back of a 70 go and have a hit the next morning, but I think it just shows how unfluid he was yesterday in his 67 and how difficult and challenging it was. It's a very different knock in comparison to Plooy's today. He got it off about 150 balls, but navigated some bowling well as Sharma is in and defended by Jennings.
I've spoken to Keaton Jennings a lot, with him being captain for several years. He's always used to say, and probably still does, I'm sure, that it's up to kind of batters to find their own way of making it work, whatever that might be, their own tempo, their own approach to it. But it was very contrasting, wasn't it? The 68 that Jennings got and the 67 that Plooy got. Different ways of basically getting the same score.
It's two different ways to counter when the ball is moving, as Sharma is in and punched off the back foot by Jennings. Just into the covers, no real intent. I love it when we go from county championship into Blast and you see Jennings, and often the Jennings-Wells combination, two tall left-handers at the top, how differently they do play, and just seeing that they've got those different gears in the toolbox to go to.
Yeah, Luke Wells would be a big loss for Lancashire, not just in this format but in the T20 as well.
Sharma passes the umpire and defended off the toes of Jennings. That has an extra bit of bounce about it. Yeah, he's turned himself into quite the T20 specialist as well, hasn't he, since coming over from Sussex? I don't think he was really seen as much as a white ball player.
No, he barely played for them, did he, in white ball cricket?
He manages to get 100 gigs, and I think he went out to Dubai to play in the T20 out there. So yeah, he'll be frustrated with his injury. I don't know, is it a full season or is not really said?
No, I don't think they've said, but I'm not sure we're going to see him.
Never dislocated my shoulder, so I would. Was it dislocated
Yeah,
shoulder?
dislocated. Yeah, I think it. He did require surgery.
Ouch.
Yeah.
But he has signed till 2028.
He has.
So
yeah. He signed that contract with his good arm.
Sharma is in to Jennings and digs out a Yorker. Played with nice fluid swing from Jennings. That's the end of Sharma's first over. Maiden bowled. Didn't look quite as threatening as yesterday. Looks like he's pushing it a little bit out the hand. Lancashire 16 for no loss after 9.
Yeah, they. I think that contract was actually signed before the injury, but was announced after the injury. But yeah, he's got another couple of years after this. So he'll be. He's a big loss, isn't he? Not just with the bat in T20 cricket, but with the ball in T20 cricket. He tends to bowl his 4 overs, doesn't he, in T20 cricket?
Yeah, really hurries batters in white ball cricket. Sort of that top spin that he gets.
Oh, Higgins around the wicket to Balderson. Well, the way he's played that suggests that has stayed very low. In fact, he's played it so well. He's got a round of applause from Keaton Jennings at the non-strikers end. Let's look at this again from behind. That's come back in. It's kept low on Balderson. It did. Just a little. I like the reaction from Keaton. I'm not sure if we could see that or not. As Higgins is in to Balderson, that's beating George Balderson and through to the keeper, but there's no run. Keaton Jennings at the non-strikers end here. After Balderson defends his delivery, watch Jennings at the non-strikers end. Well played, mate.
Still with me, mate. That's what they'll say, won't he?
16 without loss. We've seen some good bowling in this game, haven't we? A lot of skill required from the batters to get through it. Get a forward defensive from Balderson. Yeah, at a decent pace around the wicket, nipping back in, keeping low.
What do you think a good score will be here, Scott? A good lead, what would you be happy with if you were Stephen Croft?
Kevin mentioned, you reckon that in his view something kind of no more than kind of 170, 180 to chase? Oh, blimey, that's taken. And if the pitch continues to play like this as well, one that's kept a little low in this over, one that's risen there from Higgins. If it does continue to play like this, then yeah, you wouldn't fancy chasing 200 batting last. I shouldn't imagine.
Yeah, it's bounced off the trampoline part of the wicket, I think. Whistled through to the keeper.
Higgins to Balderson. He might get 4 here. He has. He's just glanced it down to fine leg for 4 runs. And moves into double figures with that. It might well be a game where you look back and whatever the outcome is, batters will look at their scores and actually you want to increase the numbers really. They're worth more, I think, the runs that batsmen are getting in this game than perhaps what it would appear like when you just look at a scorecard without following the game closely. Next delivery is left by Balderson through to Duke. End of the over. Well, he's managed to get through a very tricky over there, George Balderson. Some good judgment and some high skill as well. Ball's doing plenty, as it has done through the course of the first couple of days. 20 without loss, Lancashire leading by 52.
I think you're right, around 170, 180. I think anything north of 200 will be a great lead and really tricky to chase. They're leading by 52 at the moment, so 20 for non-Lancashire as Sharma comes over the wicket to Jennings. Shaw and swatted through mid-wicket. It will race away to the boundary despite the chase from the Middlesex teammates. Sharma just doesn't look like he's hitting the pitch as hard as he was yesterday. A little bit light in his action. I know Kevin's spoken about the Middlesex mad hours, he's called them.
The mad hours?
Within the bowling attack, when they just seem to leak runs and don't have control of the game, and I'm wondering whether this is it with Sharma in and it's glanced down to fine leg for a single.
Well, it's a test, isn't it, for the two youngsters? And rightly full of praise for the way that they bowled in the first innings, but I guess that's the challenge, isn't it? You've got to back it up again, haven't you? Bowling again this evening, back end of the second day. Can Sharma and Morgan, whenever he comes into the attack, try and replicate the work done by Higgins and Roland Jones?
Sharma passes the umpire and it's defended low by Balderson. Seen that invariable bounce in the wicket now.
Yep. North of 150 could be tricky.
I did wonder whether we'd see a bit of a bang-bang approach from Lancashire. Middlesex went out the blocks, didn't they? And went about 3-4 and over, which Lancashire grinding out a total again, sticking to their blueprint. Balderson 11 from 28 as Sharma strides in. Balderson off the back, flares that up and over point. A slight chance. Don't know how close he was to that at point. It races away to 4. Just watching this back from Sharma, offers some width. There's a diving effort there. Balderson goes up to 15, 29 for none.
Yep, you just need a touch of good fortune from time to time.
Sharma running in once more. Holds a better length there. You can see that length just not really having the same carry. Different parts of the wicket really fly through at different trajectories. Very two-pace is this wicket here at Old Trafford. Emirates, Old Trafford. Be Sharma's last ball of his over. It's been a reasonably expensive one thus far. And nice straight delivery to finish. Squares Balderson up. But he punts it to mid-off for no run. Lancashire 29 for no wicket. Should be around 9 overs left in the day. Do you think they'll go on past that? Or will it just be the 9?
No, just be the 9, yeah.
The 3 bowlers that Middlesex have used. Higgins probably the pick so far. Will stand back, will Harry Duke.
Yeah, last over to Balderson. It's a tricky one, and Jennings is deciding to advance a step or two again. So 29 without loss.
Yeah, he went down early, did Jennings there. Didn't need to play at it, was happy to leave it, just walked down the line of the ball.
Defends back to Higgins. And there's no run. And Means on his bat at the non-striking end is George Balderson. Happy for Jennings, at least for the moment, to have the challenge of negotiating Ryan Higgins, who's shuffling back in. Balls again, loops up into the onside. They're actually going to get through for one, but I think it's Safagar, isn't it? It's come up from square leg to try and take a catch. The ball landed and spun behind him, and it actually allowed them to get through for a single. No, there's no bat on it. It's a leg by. So he's gone forward to try and take a catch, but there was no bat on this. But as it lands, it then spins behind him, and They're able to come back to get through for a single. So it takes the score to 30. Leg by means Jennings remains on 13. Higgins to Balderson. Stretching for it, Balderson, pushing right forward. Ball slides on past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Harry Duke. What Lancashire would give to get through these 8 overs with no damage done. Middlesex would be hoping, I'm sure would have been hoping for at least a couple tonight. And of course they still could yet get those. Balderson just plays inside the line of that delivery. And through to Duke. 3 slip catches. Fine leg, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket. Every Middlesex player, apart from the bowler and the keeper, got their jumpers on. Again, past the edge of Balderson's bat.
I think that might have hit the helmet.
Ah,
There
okay,
should be 5 runs.
Right. Good spot. So Duke didn't take it cleanly. Let's have a look back here. It looks like it's just, we'll see from behind the bowler's arm here, through his legs and, oh yeah, clip onto the helmet. That'll be 5 to the total then.
Easy. Easiest way to score runs, that, isn't it? When the ball is having such a variable bounce, it's just risky having your helmet on the pitch, isn't it? Anyway, extra 5 runs. Lead goes up to 67 as Sharma hustles in and defended by Balderson. This is the graft part of a young bowler where the ball isn't doing too much. You've got to let the pitch do the talking. See if there's any invariable bounce and just keep persisting on that line and length. We saw yesterday Sharma getting lots of shape on the ball, but we're not really seeing much swing on the ball today. So can he stay patient? Coming in to Balderson. In fact, Jennings on strike. But yeah, another nice part of the evening. Some blue skies breaking through. Lots of birds on the pitch, pecking away at those seeds. They seem to love it when there's been a bit of a downpour. It honestly feels like we've at the seaside there's been that many birds flocking round the ground. Few in. Big wind shaping across the ground as Sharma runs in and beats the outside edge of Jennings. That's a good ball.
Yeah, that wind's picked up, hasn't it? Blowing across the ground, kind of right to left as we look, pushing into Sharma's right hand side as he comes into bowl. Quite a stiff breeze that now.
Got the England flag, the Great Britain flag. There isn't a Lancashire flag anywhere, is there?
I think it's on the roof of this building, I think.
There you
the
go.
Middlesex flag should be up on the roof of this building as well, I think.
That's good knowledge from Scott Reed as Sharma is in. Keaton Jennings advances. Defends again. It's not got that extra zip on the pitch. It doesn't feel... You can really sense the difference between how Stanley hits the pitch. There it is. There's a flag flying high. Lancashire cricket. True gale force winds. As you'd expect. Oh, there it is, the Middlesex flag as well. Sharma comes in and that's carved off the back foot. Lovely shot there from Jennings. That's a classic Jennings strike off the back foot for 4. Takes his score up to 17. Total goes to 39 with no loss.
It's been a really impressive start, this, hasn't it, by Lancashire? Maybe a touch of good fortune from time to time, but you need a bit of that. But a really calm and measured approach by these two. They've put on 40 together, which, in the context of this game, is a really good partnership. I think there's only been one 50 partnership in the match so far. A couple of 40 partnerships here and there, so this is good stuff facing the new ball by Balderson and Jennings.
Sharma striding in once more. Jennings advances. They look to take the single but decide not to. Off the hip for no run. It's the end of the 13th over. 39 for no wicket. Yeah, like you say, if you look at it from a partnership perspective, what you're looking to try and get is 30, 40s between the two of you, and really trying to sweat out and grit out runs. It's a low scoring game. I think it will continue that way. Any lead over 150, 160 will be defendable. We're already leading by 71 with no wickets lost yet.
Yeah, that's a tricky run chase, isn't it? As Higgins comes over the wicket this time to left-handed George Balderson. Defends into the offside for no run.
Harry Duke has got Cracknell's shirt on, number 48. Managed to get the long sleeve keeper top. Doesn't look too bad a fit, unlike the jumper when he was batting earlier.
Higgins to Balderson, nips past the edge of the outs of his bat and through to Duke.
Duke, the Yorkshire player on loan, subbed in for Cracknell due to injury last night, so the loan deal was done overnight. We don't know when he was flown in or driven in over the M60 from Yorkshire to Lancashire, but amazing how these subs are working across this county championship season.
Around the wicket, and Balderson plays and edges, and taken by Duke. He departs for 15, George Balderson, but I think in the context of what we've seen in the first couple of days, that 40-run partnership, or 39 for the first wicket, trying to get through this new ball, could yet prove to be a pretty valuable start. I'm sure he'd be frustrated with the dismissal, Balderson. But in a low-scoring game where partnerships are few and far between, he's put on 39 for this first wicket, but has to go. Caught by Duke. Gets his first dismissal as Middlesex's wicket-keeper. Higgins gets another in this match, Lancashire 39 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, Will Balderson. Didn't move his feet, just took a big swipe at a ball, probably 10th stump line, that didn't move either. We've seen invariable bounce, but that was just a poor cricket shot in the end. He'll be furious with himself there, but like you say, a good opening partnership, 39 runs. We haven't seen many 40-plus partnerships, probably 3 or 4 throughout the 2 innings. But Mitchell Stanley comes out for the remaining 6 overs of the day. Don't mind it.
Like in
fact, I love it.
You're loving that?
Yeah.
Big Mitch heading out.
Still it feels quite a long period to navigate.
It does, it does.
39 balls. He got 10 off 26. You'd be chuffed to bits, wouldn't you, there?
Yeah, happy with that. Job done. Yep.
Feels a big ask, but
Big Mitch for the job.
No problem. With that, they're bringing a short leg. So there's 3 slips, short leg, under the grill, deep fine, mid on, mid off. Higgins just changing his angles. Knows exactly where he wants everyone positioned. And it'll be Mitchell Stanley at the crease. Higgins.
And balls as he edged it behind. They reckon he has. They're fancying a bit of that, albeit Higgins' enthusiasm perhaps not matched by his teammates. Smiling on his way past umpire Ashraf. Good first ball to send down to the night watchman though, isn't it?
No, that is a good ball. Pitch's fourth stump, angles in.
39 for 1. Here's Higgins to Stanley. And there is the short ball. Stanley just gently ducking under it. Through to the wicket keeper.
It was a gentle duck. Almost in slow motion, wasn't it?
It was. It was a slow motion duck. He's a long way to get down, isn't he?
Saw it early.
Yeah.
Seen it like a beach ball already, is Mitchell Stanley.
Final ball of the over. Higgins to Stanley. That's nicely in line and defends it very well. Just drops it down into the onside. There is that short leg fielder. And he was very wary of that, but just softly playing the ball down into the ground. And well short of any potential catch from short leg. End of the over. 6 left in the day's play. 39 for 1.
Well, I think the aim of the game now is to finish the day just 1 down. That is a nice strong message from Lancashire with Stanley coming out to bat. I think it's due to be quite a nice day in Manchester tomorrow, so be an exciting day's play. I think we'll see a result of some sorts tomorrow, so worth coming down to Emirates Old Trafford. We'll say blazing sunshine, but we might see some blue skies tomorrow. It'll be a change of bowling, so Morgan coming into the attack. You can really see the wind blowing across here as he's running in to Jennings. Jennings lets that pass. Morgan follows through almost at the nose of Jennings in his follow through. What's Morgan like as a character, Kevin?
Yeah, quite calm, considered young man. Very level-headed, and yeah, could see. Just goes about his business, and goes about it very well indeed.
Yeah, he seems mature. 18 years of age, striding into Keaton Jennings. Well, a nice length there. And again, left alone by Jennings.
Paul Edwards downstairs scribbling for the cricketer for this match. He interviewed him yesterday evening and really said what an incredibly nice young man he is. But spoke very highly of Middlesex as a whole as a group. He said every time he's interviewed anybody from Middlesex over the last couple of years, they're a great bunch. He was very impressed by them, so well done everyone at Middlesex. Nurturing good ones. Oh, somebody standing up.
I feel like you can almost tell by people's celebrations what kind of character they are. Morgan got 3 wickets in the first innings, and they were just little fingers in the air. Nothing too
calm. Yeah, it's the way to be, isn't it?
Morgan in and carved off the back foot. There is a deep point out there that will tidy up and do the work. And Stanley will face there's 3 balls left in the over, so he'll be facing up now.
He's clearly been reading his Kipling, hasn't he? Meeting the highs and lows.
So it comes naturally to some people to stay on that level plane as an athlete, as a cricketer.
Commentator,
yeah.
Have you ever commentated with Martin Emerson?
I haven't.
That's a roller coaster ride you wouldn't believe. He's up
go.
and he's down.
You've got to feel the emotion of the game.
Out.
Well, 4 slips in for Mitchell Stanley as Morgan strides past the umpire, shapes away nicely, and Stanley leaves alone.
End of the season, I think they're here, Durham. You have to book him for that one.
I have to get my name down for that. I like passion, I like energy. That's how I like to play cricket.
I'm not sure we've ever described Martin Emerson as passionate, but a roller coaster ride for sure. No, he is. The Roca Riviera, he's a passionate Sunderland man.
Morgan in. Stanley defends off the front foot.
Reedy's probably the calmest. He's the Seb Morgan of the commentary box.
Yeah, okay. Who would you say?
Martin Emerson.
Stokes. Would that be Martin Emerson?
Oh, who'd be the Stokes?
Yeah.
Oh, up for a row all the time. Jake next door, he's put his hand up.
Morgan in and gives it some extra back into that. And it flies past Stanley. Doesn't need to play once again, but some nice shape to finish up. Lancashire 40 for 1.
Oh, he'd be the Stokes of the commentary box. Kevin Howes because he's the captain. Oh, that's a soft out, Reedy. He's gone for the safe approach, you see. He's gone for calm, considered, safe approach. Stokes, who's a fiery one. Matt Cole's always up for a scrap on the mic. I'm always poking and prodding him about something. Here's Higgins around the wicket. He bowls down the leg side and a good stop by Duke. I think there were a couple of cries of catch it, but whether it was or it wasn't, he's just done very well to stop that ball. It was low as well to his right. The voluminous hair of Duke. Oh, and attached to a suit as well.
It's quite a look as well, isn't it? It's
Rodney Marsh?
Permed out of the cap. I don't know whether he does get a perm, Harry Duke, but he's got that sort of locks about.
I'll let you ask him if it's a perm or not. Here's Higgins. Bowls, edge, taken at seconds. Very good catch as well. Had to fling himself to his right in front of slip. Sam Robson clinging on. And that was a stunning catch, and you may well have picked up on the mic the excitement of the wicket from Higgins in particular. 2 for 12 he has. The lead is 72, 40 for 2. I was suggesting to Scott earlier that this felt like a 50 for 4 evening for me, that Middlesex need to for the game if they want to really keep him in sight in this one. He's walked down the track to it. Now, he's probably going to be disappointed at the fact that having walked down the track, he's played at a line, probably 5th, almost 6th stump, and Robson, he's done well there. He's almost cleared his right foot to drop the leg and hip just to get down in position to take that catch.
Yeah, it was as if the ball just kept following Jennings there. But yeah, didn't necessarily need to play at it, but cramped him up. And disappointed there, Will Jennings. 40 for 2. I wonder who they'll send out here, whether it's another Bohannon, so no one left to protect the order. Only 4.4 overs left today. We've got Josh Bohannon and Stanley out there.
I'm still thinking about who the Stokes is. It might have to be Emerson, you know. It must be a wedding in there tonight. Look, there's more of them have it in dresses, having their pictures taken on the balcony. So either that, or there's loads of influencers at Old Trafford this week.
Well, that could be your evening set then, crashing the wedding.
Me, Jake and Reedy. Are you joining us tonight? What are you doing this evening?
I'm not sure on plans this evening.
Oh. I think it all depended on what time the cricket finishes as well. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and beats Bohannon first ball. A beaut on a length. There we go. Jake's managed to find the balcony shots again. The wedding party. Now it'll be interesting on the balcony tomorrow morning if it's a wedding tonight. Will they have finished by 10 AM tomorrow morning? The party's still in full swing. Higgins hits the crease, he bowls, and left alone outside the off stump by Bohannon. 2 to come in the 16th over the innings. 4.3 today. They really will want at least one more to go off with. Like I say, 50 for 4 was my reckoning tonight.
I think even 3 down puts it into...
It's good, but you know, I think the game's moving at such a pace. Bearing in mind, we're barely at lunch on day 2 in terms of the number of overs that have been played out in the game. So we're 22 wickets down, and it's barely lunch on day 2 in terms of those overs. As forward goes Bohannon. Thick inside edge brings him 2 through square. 44 for 2. 1 to come of the over. And it's you know, in that sense, if you think about it, just one session with the bat takes the game away from you, doesn't it? And the lead's already 74. Middlesex skittled for 169 in their first innings. The pressure of the chase. Yeah, we've got about 100 runs to play with here, and that's why I think they need to certainly try and get off with 3 tonight. Here's Higgins in, edge, taking a second slip. He's pushed at one outside the off stump behind, and look at Higgins, he's happy. Middlesex have got their tails up. There's 4.1 overs to go tonight, and I bet they wish there was 14 or so, because they are in the groove right now. Higgins certainly is. The good news for them is the sun is out, so they'll get through these overs. Bohannon bashes the back of his bat as he walks off. Stanley, 0 from 6, 42 for 3. Still 4 overs. Well, maybe they'll think of a little more than 4 tonight.
Well, you've asked for 4, they've given you 3. Loose shot there from Bohannon. With what's left in the game, you could see the frustration from him. Sort of, again, feet planted on the ground, no movement, and just the aerial bat that comes through.
It's Harris who comes out. What a wicket that'd be to take tonight if they could, but they'll take anything. Stanley
survives. Stanley survives. Still 0 off 6.
Yeah,
he's played it well so far.
Well, he has, and there's a job to do for the night watch, not only tonight, but try and be there and hang around in the morning. But the pace that this game's moving, that's 23 wickets in. Have we had 120 overs in the match yet? 2.6 the run rate. I mischievously said to Reedy 50 for 4 tonight, but 40 for 5 would be nice.
In and defends into short leg with the helmet on, does Stanley?
So you're effectively then, what, 40 for 5. The lead's 74 now at 42 for 3, so 74 for 5. That makes it a real game tomorrow. Another 70. 140 is not going to be easy to chase. I mean, 170, I said to Reedy, I think is really the limits. Other than that, you're looking at something really special from an individual.
Morgan striding in. Stanley works that into the leg side. They'll look to come back for 2. And they do.
Yeah, he's got to farm the strike here, hasn't he, Stanley? It's his job. Keep Harris at the other end.
Absolutely, he's doing a good job so far. 2 from 8. Lancashire 44 for 3. Got 3 big scalps this morning. Oh, this evening even. 4 slips in place to Stanley as Morgan runs in. It's a beautiful front foot defence with authority from Stanley. But yeah, you'd have been happy with Jennings, Bohannon. I think Harris will be your golden ticket.
Absolutely.
You'll be at the wedding party if you get Harris tonight, won't you?
You're determined to hear the stories from the hotel this evening, aren't you?
As Morgan runs in. That goes down the leg side. Stanley leaves alone. Considers playing at it. But he's playing a very contained innings here.
The wedding crashes, eh? Yeah, I can think of a few candidates in this media centre today that... Is it the hotel's half open at the moment, though, isn't it? Or like in terms of reception areas.
In and worked to mid wicket again. Keeping low. Stanley doing a good job. Faced 5 balls. Will he truly farm the strike and look for a single here? Or do you be looking to survive this ball?
Both, I think. I think survival first, and if an inside edge scampers a single, take it.
Morgan in and Stanley plays another defensive shot to mid wicket. He's 2 from 12. Lancashire 44 for 3. 3 overs remaining. Have a lead of 76. Balderson, first wicket of the day, bowled Higgins, caught Duke. And we saw the dismissal of Jennings from Higgins once again, caught at second slip. Robson. And then final wicket to go was Bohannon, Higgins again. So the pick of the bowlers is Higgins. He's bowled 8 on the bounce. He'll be bowling his 9th. 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 14 runs. I don't think you'll be able to take that ball off him today. I think he's going to bowl through his 10. 2 left at the James Anderson end before the day's play concludes.
Well, that's it. 12 deliveries. Harris on strike now. 4 slips. Harris's first ball. 4 slips, backward points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. They had 5 slips in for Anderson at one point earlier today, didn't they? But it's 4 for Higgins to Harris. All 3 to fall so far in the innings. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and a little dab at it down the leg side. Through it goes, looking to blast the pads off first ball, no doubts. Higgins, just a little too straight, and down it goes.
Yeah, didn't just carried to Duke, is the keeper. But he's still keeping that distance behind the stumps because some fly through. So we've got that invariable bounce to contend with.
Higgins bowls. Forward defence from Harris. Trickles to mid-wicket where Sharma fields.
Yeah, we've seen everything from a fast bowler's perspective. Yesterday was all about the swing, the seam. Today a bit more seam movement, and then now the invariable bounce. We might not have a bowl bowled by a spinner
in the match, yeah. When was the last time we said that at Old Trafford? Higgins around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes. Harris pushing back into the offside, no run. Those 5 penalty runs as well. The ball hitting the helmet, that could be crucial in a low-scoring game.
Oh, absolutely. Still on the pitch. There's 2 helmets on the pitch as well still.
Reedy's practicing his golf swing. He's thinking he's got a day off on Monday, isn't he?
2 rest days, that could be for Scott Reed. It's a weekend.
Every day's a rest day for Reed. Here's Higgins in bowls, and this is defended back into the offside, and there's no run.
Got big birthday celebrations tonight as Scott Reed. Not his birthday celebrations, otherwise we'd be...
It's his birthday next week.
Oh, is it? Wow.
Yeah. It's Jake's birthday. When? Next week as well. The 9th.
45.
Today's the 9th. 19th. Here's Higgins around the wicket. Bowls, and this ball's through to the keeper. Double celebration I think they're having. Jake and Reed.
Which day is Scott Reed's birthday?
Every day.
Sunday.
Are you booked in for Southport?
I'm not now. I'm hopefully moving house next weekend.
Oh, you are? Well, if not, you can drown your sorrows at Scott and Jake's birthday.
Yeah, if it doesn't go through, then I've got options, haven't I?
Higgins in, bowls past the edge. That one jags away from the left-hander. 44 for 3. 18 bowled, 2 to go today. And will be Morgan to continue last of the day from this end.
I always enjoy the county championship games at the outgrounds because you get a really nice atmosphere. There's often gazebos up with dinners going on, music sometimes, coffee trucks. Beautiful day out at Southport next week if you're around. Morgan steaming in and puts extra through that, but it does go down the leg side, so it doesn't challenge Stanley. Got to be bowling at the stumps when you're bowling at a lesser batter. Challenge all dismissals. He's trying to get that extra bit out of the pitch is Morgan, but hit your line, hit your length. It's the most important job to Stanley with 4 slips in place. Does that and beats the outside edge, and that's the ball he's been looking for, Morgan. Exceptionally talented young man from Middlesex.
I feel like you've got to be hitting the stumps every ball here from Morgan to Stanley. He's not looking to score, so just keep wrapping 2/3 of the way up middle and off.
Just on the screen there, 50 over game against Warwickshire for Lancashire women on Wednesday. Morgan bowls another beautiful delivery, misses everything.
I mean, he may well try and be getting that one on the stumps, but it's moved away, hasn't it? But I do think get it right up there and on the stumps every ball. Make sure that the bat is in play every single. It has to be hit by the batter every ball. Make sure that he has to make sure he's getting bat on it every ball. Another one, here's the cry. I think that's to Plooy.
Morgan trying to rinse and repeat. Much wider that delivery. Stanley leaves alone, doesn't even contemplate going down that wide line with his bat.
Roland Jones just received the ball. I think he's walking across to have a natter with Morgan, and I'm sure he'll be saying, look, stumps we've got to be in play here every ball. We want this wicket tonight. One more in this over, and then they've still got an over to survive at the other end.
It's gorgeous to see that shape, but no good if it's not hitting the stumps against Stanley. So 2 balls left of Morgan's over. In, and once again left alone by Stanley, not challenging anything there. Not the bat, not the pads, not the wickets.
It's not poor bowling, but it's just a little bit of inexperience here, I'd say, from the 18-year-old. Someone should be in his ear, shouldn't they, saying, look, every ball's got to be on the stumps here. He's only got one left of the day.
Get that earpiece wired up again. I don't know, yesterday you wired one through, didn't you, for a wicket? Morgan, listen to Kevin in the box. And there it is. The straighter delivery and entices Stanley to play. Too good. Another good over from Morgan. Lancashire 44 for 3 with 1 over remaining today. 1 over to survive, I'd say. They lead by 76. It's going to be a low scoring game at Emirates Old Trafford. We were off for a couple of hours because of rain. Highest scores of Plooy and Jennings, both in the 60s. So it's been difficult with bat in hand. And Lancashire will be looking to get a lead of anything above 150. Middlesex countering it with Higgins' final over.
Around the wicket he comes. Bowls to Harris, in behind this one, no run. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? I think anything under 150 on any given surface, you're thinking, come on. 150, you can do it. This might be a bowler's surface, but anything over 150 starts to sway it the other way.
Be a great chase as well, because Middlesex had a completely different tact to Lancashire with bat in hand. They went at the ball hard, they advanced down the pitch.
Last game here, Derbyshire was set 137 was the lead, all out for 108 Derbyshire, as they were set 138 to win, so they won by 29 runs. Derbyshire all out for 108. There you go. 140 to 160, I reckon, is the grey area, isn't it? Higgins around the wicket, he bowls, and Harris drives into the vacant covers. It's not going to go. They're taking a single, that's why. He's just ushered it into the covers. He's tucked the bat under his arm and he's walked to the other end.
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to face another ball today, will Harris?
That's Harris done for the day now, so...
That's him coming back tomorrow.
Barring something silly, we know that Harris is not out in the morning now. So Higgins to Stanley, and you know, again, Stanley's job, if he can get through this over, it really is hang around and annoy them tomorrow. So it is a big wicket for Middlesex to take tonight, even if it is Stanley, as Higgins is in, bowls outside the off stump, through it goes, left alone.
Well, we said if Stanley can survive, I think my prediction was 26 balls, it's going to be 22.
Hey.
There you go, he's done his job. And then you question, does Stanley open the batting next week at Southport?
Higgins, 4 slips and the short leg go down. He brings this sharply, swinging back in to the right hand of the forward defence, meets it, no run. 2 to go of the second day. We're so far advanced in this game, aren't we? This is on a knife edge as we hit the halfway stage in terms of time. Fifth slip comes in for Stanley now. 3 for 15 Higgins, 45 for 3 Lancashire. 2 balls to go of the day. Higgins sets off. Past the umpire he bowls, and it's edged along the floor past the fifth slip. Head spun around. They reject the single. So 1 to come of the day and Stanley to face it.
Well, Harris was looking for that single there, and it was Stanley's big presence sending him back.
Well, it's almost muscle memory, isn't it? Because there's no way Harris wanted that single. For a brief second, his instincts just kicked in, and Stanley, fortunately, has seen the light. Higgins in, bowls for defence. Traps the bat down on a very full delivery, Stanley, and he gets through to stumps. 2 for 22. 2 from 22 for Stanley. Harris 1 from 8. Higgins with all 3 to go this evening. The lead is 77, 45 for 3. And Middlesex will know that morning session tomorrow has to belong to them. There's no choice. There's no big first hour. It's the session. Middlesex have to win it in the morning, or they will be facing a very, very daunting task here in the chase.
Yeah, they've certainly put the game in the mix, getting Lancashire 3 down. But like
I think that was
say,
the minimum tonight. I think 20 overs. Again, like that first morning when they got the third just before lunch. I think if Lancashire go in 2 down lunch on day 1, I'm going to say it could have gone through them on the afternoon, but it just would have been it would have put the pressure onto Middlesex that afternoon, but they came out tails up, and similarly this evening, 3 down. The big thing will be in the morning. It's mad to say, but the night watch, they've got to get in quickly. In a morning session that they need to win and win handsomely, they can't afford the night watch hanging around.
yeah, it's a low-scoring game. It's going to be a tough chase, regardless of the run total. And like you say, anything in the 3 figures will be difficult, whether it's 110, 180, 190. So Middlesex will be looking to get early scalps in the morning, and Lancashire will continue to try and build here. It's been an exciting day's play. We've had rain interrupted, but everything that's been out in the middle has been brilliant. I think we're due a good day's weather tomorrow, so come down to Emirates Old Trafford and join us. It's been good fun. I think I'm not with you tomorrow.
I was
but
about to say,
thanks for having me. It's been
where's
really
your
good
Sunday
fun.
going to be?
Sunday I'm at Northern Cricket Club and then Alderley Edge Cricket Club. So making my way around Lancashire ground. Pardon?
On tour?
I'm on tour, yeah, with the Lancashire under 12 girls and then the Lancashire
So basically
Academy girls.
you'll have the stream on your phone.
Absolutely.
All day
I'll
long.
be tuning in and hearing how the wedding went last night.
Phoebe Graham, thank you very much. Scott Reed, myself, Kevin Hand, the team bringing you the stream here at Old Trafford alongside us on the BBC. It's a very good night from us all, and well, hopefully see you all in the morning. Lancashire lead by 77, 7 wickets standing. It could be a magnificent day tomorrow. Good night.